Hi, this is Mallesh. Today we are going to discuss about the topic nutrition food supplying system. Before getting into this topic, let us recollect what we have studied in our previous classes. You see, my dear children, if we classify all the things which are present on this earth, it can be classified mainly into two types. The first one is abiotic components. Abiotic components. And the second one is biotic components. Biotic components. So what are these abiotic components? In simple language, we can say that abiotic components are non-living things. Non-living things. That means what, children? The things which do not have life in them are called as non-living things. So what are the examples to these non-living things? So non-living things examples is soil, air, water, sunlight, temperature, etc. So these are the good examples to the non-living things. But whereas biotic components mean simply we can say that it is a living things. They are living things. Living things means which have life in them. Non-living things mean which do not have life in them. So what are included in these living things? So plants and animals are included in this, what, children? Biotic components. Right. So the interaction between these two biotic components as well as abiotic components, so we call it as ecosystem. So what is ecosystem? The interaction between abiotic components and biotic components, so is called as what? Ecosystem. And the study of this ecosystem is called as ecology. The study of this ecosystem is called as ecology. Now the point is, on what basis we have classified into abiotic components as well as biotic components. So based upon the life. So how can we say that the so and so thing is having a life? So the main thing is, children, we cannot exactly define what is a life. But we know, we have already studied in class 9 that the basic structure and functional unit of the life is what, children? Cell. Right? It is a cell. The cell is a structural and a basic structural and functional unit of the life. If you observe this cell, children, you know very well. I am taking a very simple what, children? Cell with a cell membrane, and inside we call it as what, children? Cytoplasm. And this one is cell membrane. Inside the cytoplasm, that means inside the cytoplasm, that means it is a fluid like part, children. Cytoplasm, it is a liquid part of the cell, and inside the cell there will be a solid part, children, that is called as a nucleus. Right? So this cytoplasm is made up of what, children? Molecules. As you know very well that these molecules are the smallest particles. Right? The movement of these molecules in the cell is necessary for the existence of the life. The movement of this molecule, is it visible to us? No, it is not visible to us. So this invisible movement of molecules in the living cell is responsible for the existence of the life, children. Okay, so now let us see some of the characteristics of the living organisms, right? So characteristics of the living organisms. So already you might have studied this in your primary classes, children, but even though it is very important to know about the characteristics of the living things. The first thing, the main characteristic of the living thing is growth. Living things grow. Growth is the main characteristic of the living organism. Growth is seen in all the organisms, but growth is not similar in all the organisms, children, because in some of the organisms growth is rapid. In some of the organisms growth is very slow. In some of the organisms growth is throughout its life. In some organism growth is up to the certain period of time. Say that in plants or in trees, children, the growth is throughout its life. But whereas in the human beings, the growth is very to the limited extent. Isn't it, children? To the certain period of time, so the body grows. Right? So here this is the growth, children. And the next second characteristic of the living organism is, children, movement. Movement. So all the living organisms will move. For what? For the sake of food. For what? They take food? For their survival. So all the living organisms will move by itself. For the sake of what, children? Food. But here also you see all the organisms move, but they do not have the same locomotory organs, children. Different living or different organisms have a different types of locomotory organs. Say that if you take an example of euglena, in euglena locomotory organ is flagella. If you take an amoeba, we have a false feet, we call it as a pseudopodium. And in paramecium, a hair-like structures which are surrounded all over the body, so we call it as a cilia. Isn't it, children? So, and even in the earthworm, it is an invertebrate, so earthworm moves with the help of setae. And in snakes with the help of scales, and human beings with the help of legs, children. So here the movement is seen in all the organisms, but the thing is they do not have the same locomotory organs, children. Right? And next, the third point we will see, children, all the living things, they eat, they drink. Isn't it? But whereas non-living things do not eat anything, they do not drink, but only living organisms only they can, what, children, take food, they can drink water. Why do they take this food and water? In order to survive, children. So in order to survive, they eat and drink, children. Okay, this is also one of the characteristic of the living organism. And next, fourth one we will take. So what is the fourth characteristic of the living things? The first one is a growth, and second one is a movement, and third one is what, children? They can eat and drink, and fourth one is, children, fourth one is they respire. Respire. What is meant by respiration? Breathing, taking in of air. That is called as what, children? Breathing. So all the organisms will breathe, will take what, children? Air, will take oxygen. Okay, for their survival. But whereas non-living things, that is abiotic components, do not require any oxygen, children. Oxygen is in the part of what? Abiotic component only. Right, children? So here also if you observe, children, respiration is very common in all the organisms, but respiratory organs are what, children? Different. For example, you see what, children? In a primitive organisms, you can see that by the process of diffusion through the cell wall, so the oxygen enters into the what, children? Body. Okay. And in some of the organisms like cockroach, tracheal type of respiration, a tube respiration is seen with the help of tubes. So these organisms will take air. And in some of the organisms, gills, for example, like fishes. In fishes, respiratory organs are gills, and in human beings, lungs. So all these are the different types of respiratory organs, but their function is what, children? Same. Their function is what? Just to take the oxygen, and that oxygen, it is used to release the energy. right? And next, fifth point, let us see the one more important characteristic of these living things, and fifth one is excretion. Excretion means what? Elimination of waste materials from the body is called as excretion. So all the living organisms excrete their wastes. So how these wastes are formed? So we have seen in the what above example. So all the living organisms eat and drink, and to get their energy, so respiration process is very important, because it will oxidize the digested food materials and it releases the energy. Along with that energy, children, so there are certain waste products will be produced, and that waste products, it must eliminate from our body. If they are not eliminating from our body, so certainly our body gets what, children? Toxicated. So animal cannot exist if the toxic materials are present inside the body, children. So certainly what happens, children? It has to be eliminated, isn't it? So different organisms have or possess different excretory organs, children, right? See, in the invertebrates, children, see, flame cells are seen in some of the organisms where excretion is carried out by the flame cells. You will learn about these all things in the next classes, okay? And in for example, like Malpighian tubules. So these Malpighian tubules are seen in cockroach, right? So are seen in cockroach, and these are useful for what? Excretion, right, children? And in earthworm, nephridia. So these are the excretory organ. And in human beings, skin as well as what, children? Kidneys are responsible for the what? Excretion process. Right? So see, the excretory organs are different, but excretion is common in all the living organisms. Right, children? And one more thing, children, in the one of the main characteristic of the living organisms is, children, they respond to the stimuli. What they respond to the stimulus. So this is the one topmost what, children? Characteristic. See, non-living things do not respond at all. So this is what, children? Marker. So this cannot respond according to the environment, but living organisms always respond to its environment, children. If they are not responding, then it cannot survive. So adaptation to the surroundings, it is what, children? Called respond. It will respond to the stimulus, which is one of the characteristic of what? What, children? Living organisms. So respond to stimuli. Right, children? Right. And one of the characteristic is what, children? Reproduction. So reproduction means what? Giving birth to the young ones. Right, children? Giving birth to the young ones. See here, reproduction process is seen in only living organisms, children. But whereas in non-living things, that is abiotic components, we cannot see that. So reproduction is the characteristic of what, children? Living organisms. Some of the organisms here, children, they lay eggs. And some of the organisms lay only eggs, children, and that too, some will lay in few in number, and some will lay large in number, children. And some of the organisms give directly birth to their what? Young ones. But here reproduction process is what, children? Seen. It is common in all the living organism. So because of this reproduction process, so we are able to what, children? Perpetuation of our what, children? Race. Got the point? So etc. Not only these, children, these are the very important characteristics of the living organisms. Got the point? And you see, my dear children, so these all processes are seen in the living organisms. These are the basic what, children? Life processes. Right? So these are the basic life processes, children. So the basic life what processes which are carried out by an organism for their life, it is called as life processes. Right, children? So see the definition, children. Life processes. What is this? What are these life processes? Life processes mean the basic, the most essential activities or the processes which are performed by a living organism for their what children? Survival or for their life is called as what? Life processes, children. Got the point? So what are the life processes, children? Can you give an example to that? So life processes are nutrition. Here comes our topic, children. Nutrition, respiration, right? And here excretion, transportation, coordination, reproduction, okay, so etc. So these all are called as what, children? Life processes. So all these life processes require some energy, including nutrition also. Got the point? So all the organisms require what, children? What do they require? They require energy. So how do they get energy? Because of what, children? Nutrition process. Okay, so what is nutrition? What is nutrition? I will write it here. So what do you mean by nutrition? What do you mean by nutrition? You might have studied in your previous classes also, but I'll give you a simple what definition? Procurement of nutrients. Procurement of nutrients is called as what? Nutrition. Got the point, children? What is mean by procurement? Procurement means what? Intake. Intake of nutrients. Got the point? So here, what are nutrients? Nutrients are carbohydrates, right? Carbohydrates, proteins, lipids, we call it as fats, vitamins and minerals. And one more important thing, children, water. Water is also comes under what, children? I am writing chemical formula, water. That also comes under nutrients, children. So what are nutrients? Carbohydrates, proteins, fat, lipids, vitamins, minerals and what, children? Water. So they are called as what? Nutrients, right? So these all nutrients are the chemical substances, children, where these chemical substances are required by the body. For what? For what these all nutrients are useful? They are useful for growth and also to repair the what, children? Cells. Have you got the point? And these all nutrients, from where do we get? We get it from what, children? Food. We get it, all these nutrients from what, children? Food. Got it? So here nutrition is nothing but what, children? Procurement of nutrients. Procurement mean intake of what, children? Nutrients. So nutrients are the chemical substances which are seen or which we get it from the food. It contains what, children? Carbohydrates, proteins, lipids, vitamins as well as minerals, children. So animals, how do they get what? From where do we get food? So we get food from plants, directly from plants as well as and from animals also, children. Okay, so this is about what, children? Nutrition. So here one thing we have to understand. So there are different ways, children, where the different organisms procure the nutrients. So we call that as modes of nutrition, right? So modes of nutrition we will study in the next. Hi, I am back, your Mallesh sir, with another interesting topic. Nutrition, modes of nutrition. See here, children, already we have studied about what is meant by nutrition. So what is meant by nutrition? So nutrition is nothing but procurement of nutrients and utilization of nutrients by the organism is called as what, children? Nutrition, right? So nutrition is nothing but procurement of nutrients and utilization of nutrients by the organism is called as nutrition. So what is mean by procurement? Procurement means intake of what? Nutrients. Then what are nutrients? See here. So what are nutrients, children? So already we have studied in our previous classes also. Carbohydrates, proteins, right? Fats, vitamins and minerals. So they are called as what, children? Nutrients. So these nutrients are very useful to an organism for its growth and also to repair the cells, ruptured what, children? Cells, right? So these carbohydrates are seen in cereals. Carbohydrates are rich in what, children? Cereals and also many other products, plant products. And proteins are very rich in meat, milk, eggs, etc. and etc. Then what about fats? Fats are also called as what, children? Lipids. So fats are very rich in ghee, butter, right? So and oils, children. Okay, so in the oils also fats are very rich, children. Then next come to what? Vitamins as well as what? Minerals. So vitamins and minerals are rich in vegetables and fruits. Got it? So here these carbohydrates, okay, and fats. These carbohydrates and fats both are called as energy giving foods. Okay, so these two are called as energy giving foods. Then what about the proteins? Proteins are called as bodybuilding foods, right? They are useful for the bodybuilding. Then what about these vitamins and minerals? So these vitamins and minerals, they are called as protective foods because it gives us what, children? Immunity. So that's why vitamins and minerals, they are called as protective foods, right? So why these two carbohydrates and fats are called as energy giving foods? Because they provides us energy, children. So if you observe, 1 gram of carbohydrates gives 4 calories of what, children? Energy, right? And even proteins also. So 1 gram of protein provides us 4 calories of what? Energy. But whereas this fats, 1 gram of fat, it provides 9 calories of energy, almost more than the double of this carbohydrates and proteins. So this fats are called as energy giving foods, and 1 gram of fat gives us 9 calories of energy. That's why doctors suggest us not to take more fats in our diet. If we take more fats in our diet, what happens? So there will be an increase in the cholesterol. If cholesterol increases in our body, what happens? It will obstruct the flow of blood in the arteries. That results in the what, children? Heart strokes. Okay, that's why doctors suggest us not to take more fats in our diet, right? So these are called as what, children? Nutrients, right? The various ways of procuring the nutrients by the organism. Got it? The various ways of what? Procuring the nutrients by the organisms. In another words, we can say that they are nothing but modes of nutrition. So now let us discuss about modes of nutrition, children. Got the point, children? So this nutrition mainly it is of two types. What is that? First one is autotrophs and second one is heterotrophs. Got it? So what is mean by autotrophs? Let us see here. Auto, the meaning of auto is self, and trophs or trophe is nothing but nutrition. That is nothing but what, children? Self-nutrition. That means the organisms which perform the autotrophic nutrition, they are called as autotrophs. So what are autotrophs? Autotrophs are nothing but the organisms which perform the autotrophic nutrition is called as autotrophs. What are autotrophs? They will synthesize their own food materials. That is what it is called, self-nutrition. So autotrophs will synthesize its own food materials. How it is possible? How an organism can synthesize its own food materials? Does it require anything from the external side? Yes, it requires, children. For example of this autotrophs is plants. Let us take the example of plants only. So plants will synthesize its own food materials. This we know very well. We have studied in the previous classes also, in your lower classes also. Got the point? So how do the plants synthesize its own food materials? By the inorganic materials from the external side. That is, plant synthesize its own food materials by using carbon dioxide from the air, got it, and water from the soil, right? In the presence of what, children? Chlorophyll. In the presence of chlorophyll and sunlight, children, plants synthesize its food materials. So what is that? Glucose. And along with the glucose, byproduct is what, children? Oxygen. So the whole process of synthesizing the food materials by the plants is called as photosynthesis. So plants perform photosynthesis process, children. So photosynthesis is a process of what, children? Synthesizing the food particles by using carbon dioxide as well as what? Water. The example of this autotrophs is plants. Such kind of water nutrition is seen in the plants. So this is called as what, children? Autotrophic nutrition. So in this autotrophic nutrition, children, there is another subtype of nutrition, that is chemotropic nutrition. Chemotropic nutrition. So what is this chemotropic nutrition? Chemo means what, children? Chemicals. Right? Tropic, already we have studied, isn't it? Tropic means what, children? Nutrition. So the organisms which perform this chemotropic nutrition are called as chemotrophs. Got it? Chemotrophs. What are the examples of this one? So for examples of these chemotrophs are blue-green algae, right? Purple bacteria, okay, and also sulfur bacteria. And some other bacteria also perform chemotropic nutrition. So what is this chemicals? So these chemotrophs also uses carbon dioxide and water for its synthesizing its own food materials. Got it? And also But why this, what in the autotrophic nutrition, we have seen that the autotrophs are taking what, children? Utilizing carbon dioxide as well as water in order to produce the glucose molecules in it. And here in the chemotrophic nutrition also, these chemotrophs are using the carbon dioxide, water in order to produce what, children? Glucose. But what is the difference between this chemotrophic nutrition and autotrophic nutrition? So the main difference in between these two is this chemotrophic nutrition does not require sunlight. They do not require any kind of what, children? Sunlight. So you may ask me one doubt. So do these chemotrophs consist of chlorophyll? Yeah. Some of the bacteria consist of chemotrophs, especially the chemotrophs. So in that chemotrophs, children, in some of them, they consist of chlorophyll. And some of them, they do not consist of chlorophyll. Okay. So that we will study in the higher classes. We call it as photosynthetic bacteria, right, children? And another type is what? Chemoautotrophs, and chemoheterotrophs is also there. That we will study in the higher classes, not now. Okay. So here the main difference between the chemotrophic nutrition and autotrophic nutrition is only the sunlight. The rest all the things will be what, children? Similar. Say they do not require sunlight. Why they do not take the sunlight? Because so these chemotrophs are present at the depth of the ocean where sunlight will not fall on that. Isn't it? So these kind of what, children? Chemotrophs are seen inside the depth of the ocean where the salinity is more. So in one way we can say that chemotrophs are seen in the salty soils. Okay, children. So this is about autotrophic nutrition. So autotrophic nutrition, and another subtype of nutrition is there, that is chemotrophic nutrition. Okay. The organisms which perform autotrophic nutrition are called as autotrophs. The organisms which perform chemotrophic nutrition, they are called as chemotrophs, children. Okay. And next come to another type of what, children? Nutrition. Those are called as heterotrophs. Got it? So what is mean by hetero? Hetero means others. And what about trophs? Trophs means already we have seen trophe, that is nothing but what, children? Nutrition. So here the organisms get food from the other animals, directly or indirectly, children. Got it? So here these heterotrophs are also subdivided into three types, children. The first one is saprophytic nutrition. Saprophytic nutrition. And second one is parasitic nutrition. And third one is holozoic nutrition. Got it? So what is mean by saprophytic nutrition? So the organisms which perform saprophytic nutrition, they are called as saprophytes. Saprophytes. And this saprophytic nutrition, it is also called as saprotrophic nutrition. So how do these saprophytes get the nutrients? So that's what, isn't it, children? We are going to learn. So in this saprophytic nutrition, children, that means saprophytes. So they cannot synthesize their own food materials like chemotrophs or autotrophs. Then how do they depend? So how do they get the food? So they depend upon the other organisms. So here in this saprophytic nutrition, so the organisms, what they do is they feed or they get the nutrients from the rotten children? Food. that is nothing but decayed matter. So these saprophytes, what they do is they produces certain kind of what children, enzymes, and these enzymes acts on dead plants and animals. Okay, so these enzymes will decay the dead bodies of plants as well as what, animals. And these enzymes will convert the complex matter into a simple ones, isn't it? So they will convert these complex substances into what children? A simple ones. So once when they get converted into a simple substances, then the nutrients is easily absorbed from the body surface. Such type of what nutrition, we call it as what children? Saprophytic nutrition. Example to this saprophytic nutrition is children, mushrooms, right, yeast, okay, etc. Right, saprophytic nutrition means, actually the meaning of sapro means what? Rotten. Okay, they get the food from the decayed dead bodies of plants and animals. Here the enzymes plays major role in digesting that complex dead bodies of plants and animals into a simple ones, and once they get into a form into a simple ones, then from through the body surface it will easily absorb the simple particles, and thus they get the nutrients directly from that children. Such type of nutrition we call it as saprophytic nutrition. Then come to what children? Parasitic nutrition. Before going to understand about the parasitic nutrition children, let us understand the word parasites. So what are parasites children? Parasites are the organisms which depend upon the another organisms for food and cause harm to that organism. Okay, such type of what children? Organisms, we call it as parasites. Got it? So I will repeat it again. So the organisms which depend upon the another organism. Why they are depending upon the another organism? For the sake of what? Food. Right? So they are taking food from the another organism, that we are calling it as host. Okay. So does it beneficial anything to the host? No. Isn't it? So it causes harm. All the maximum what children? Parasites. Actually disease causing organisms are called as what children? Parasites. So they act upon the host for the food and they cause harm to that what children? Host. Such type of organisms we call it as what? Parasites. Actually these parasites are of two types children. Let us see that. So one is what? Ectoparasite. Ectoparasite. And another one is endoparasite. What is mean by ectoparasite? Ecto means what? Outside. Outside parasite means what? So these parasites will present on the surface of the host, and it will take the food from it. For example, what children? Like lice, leeches. Okay, so these leeches are what children? These leeches are seen in fresh water. When the buffalo get into the what children of water into a pond, so what happens is these leeches will suck the blood from the buffaloes or cows children, isn't it? So ectoparasites. So these leeches will not enter into the body of a buffalo, body of another organism. So they are present at the outer side of that body only, outer side only, on the surface of the body only, and they take food from that. Right? Such type of what children? Parasites, we call it as ectoparasites. They are seen outside the body. For example, good example is lice. We see this one on our what children head, in our head. It sucks the what children blood, isn't it? So good example for this ectoparasites are lice as well as what? Leeches. Right? And endoparasites are seen. For example, like plasmodium. Plasmodium. Right? So plasmodium is what children? Malarial parasite. Malarial parasite. So this parasite is entirely different from that of what ectoparasite. Ectoparasite, it is seen on the outer surface of the body. But whereas endoparasite means endo means what children? Inside. These parasites enters into the body of the host for the sake of food, isn't it? And they cause harm to that what children? Host, and they disturb the metabolic activities in the body of the host, and that results in the what children? Disease. That's why parasites are called as disease causing organisms. Got it? So here parasitic nutrition, it is. I hope you have understood about this parasitic nutrition children and about the parasites also. So parasites are the disease causing organisms which acts on what children? Host. Right? So host. And this is about the parasitic nutrition. And then the last one, that is holozoic nutrition. What is meant by holozoic nutrition? Holo means what children? Actually whole. Right? Here in this type of nutrition children, food enters through a small hole that is called as mouth. And what kind of food? That is solid food. So this solid food, in this kind of nutrition children, solid food enters into an organism with the help through what children? Mouth. Okay. So solid foods enters into the mouth children. Okay. Through the mouth. Right? And these complex substances, and that means this process is called as ingestion. Okay. Ingestion means what children? Taking enough what children? Food. And the diet, and this after taking the food children, this solid food will be because of what? Enzymes in our body, digestive enzymes in our body children, they get digested. Okay, they get what? Digested. And after getting digested children, those digested particles will be assimilated. Assimilated means what children? Absorbed. What is absorbed? Digested particles will be absorbed. So where it will be absorbed? So cells will absorb that one, isn't it? So assimilation. Assimilation. And after the assimilation process, digested particles have easily absorbed by the cell. And in the process of what digestion, there will be an undigested particles also. So it should be what children? Sent out of the body children, isn't it? So such type of nutrition, it is called as holozoic nutrition, where ingestion, digestion, assimilation is seen children. Okay, so example to this is herbivores, carnivores, and also what children? All omnivores. You know, you have studied in your previous lessons also that herbivores are what? Plant eating animals, and carnivores are flesh eating animals, and omnivores are plant eating and flesh eating animals children. Okay, for example, like example to this is goat, tiger, and even human beings comes under this children. Okay, so this is about a holozoic nutrition. In this holozoic nutrition children, solid particles enters into the body through what children? Mouth, and this solid particles will be what children? Gets digested because of the digestive enzymes, and the digested particles will be assimilated, and undigested food will be expelled outside from the body. Such type of nutrition, we call it as what children? Holozoic nutrition. So this is all about what children? Heterotrophs. Heterotrophs mean what children? The nutrition which is obtained what children? From the other animals directly or indirectly. It may be from the plants or it may be from the animals. They are again subdivided into saprophytic nutrition, parasitic nutrition, and holozoic nutrition children. So these three are the subtypes of what children? Heterotrophic nutrition children. Okay, so this is about what children? Modes of nutrition. In today's class, we have studied about nutrition. Nutrition is nothing but a procurement of nutrients and utilization of nutrients by the organisms, and also we have studied about the nutrients, what are the nutrients and what energy giving foods and what are protective foods and what are bodybuilding foods, and modes of nutrition also we have seen. So it is mainly divided into two types of nutrition we see, that is autotrophic nutrition. In this autotrophic nutrition, plants synthesize its own food materials, and also another type of subtype we seen in autotrophic nutrition, that is chemotrophic nutrition. In that, the main difference between chemotrophic as well as autotrophic nutrition is only the sunlight, children. So sunlight is used by the autotrophs, and chemotrophs, they do not use the sunlight at all. So chemotrophs are seen in the depth of the ocean and also in the salinity soils, children. So that is about an autotrophs, and we have seen about the saprophytic, parasitic and holozoic nutrition in today's session. And thank you very much. And in the next class, we will see I will come with another topic. Thank you. Thank you very much. Hi children. In this video, we are going to learn about parasitic nutrition in Cuscuta. Listen here, children. Green plants can synthesize their own food materials by the process of photosynthesis. Then what about non-green plants? Non-green plants cannot synthesize its food materials by the process of photosynthesis because they are not green in color. So why they are not green in color? Because chlorophyll is absent in them. If chlorophyll is absent in them, how do they get the nutrients? Some of the non-green plants, such as like mushrooms, children, they show saprophytic nutrition. So in the saprophytic nutrition, we have already studied that they secrete enzymes on dead bodies of plants and animals, and that complex substances will convert into a simple substances due to the action of enzymes on it, and that simple substances are absorbed by the non-green plants. By that way they get the nutrients, children. That kind of nutrition we call it as saprophytic nutrition. But there are another type of children, plants which get their nutrients by depending upon the another plant, children, that is host plant. Okay, so how do they get that nutrients? How do they depend upon the another plant, that is host? So how do they extract the nutrients from the host? So that we shall see. So such type of nutrition where the plant depending upon the another plant, that is host, children, such type of nutrition we call it as a parasitic nutrition. So in plants also parasitic nutrition is seen. For example, in dodder plant, let us see how the parasitic nutrition is seen in the dodder plant. So dodder plant, children. So this dodder plant, okay, so it is a parasitic plant. It is a parasitic plant. That means what? It depends upon the another plant. Okay, so it depends on another plant, children. That is nothing but we call it as host plant. Okay, so this dodder plant, children, belongs to the genus Cuscuta. Okay, and it belongs to the family Convolvulaceae. Convolvulaceae, children. Okay, or in common we can call it as morning glory family. Okay, generally this dodder plant is grown in tropical as well as temperate regions. Children. Okay, so it is grown in the tropical and temperate regions. Okay, and there are near about 107 species, children. They are near about 107 species, children, of this cuscuta, in this cuscuta family. Okay, so here this daughter plant, children, it is a parasitic plant, so it depends upon another plant. How does it depend? So by using what, children, that's why it is called as twinning plant. Twinning plant, children, it is what? Twinning plant, and it is not having chlorophyll. No chlorophyll, children, in this plant. It is a non-green plant. It cannot synthesize. That's why it is depending upon the another plant. It is a twinning plant. It is a parasitic plant, and this plant is not having any chlorophyll in them. What is this twinning plant? That means what? This plant will have a slender stem, children, and that stem, it is like a string. So this string, what it will do is it will spread. It will move towards the host plant, and it will spread completely on that what, children? Host plant. Okay, so how do they just by spreading onto the other plant, did it get the nutrients? No. So there is a special what, children, structure that is called as hostoria. Hostoria. It is a special structure, children. So this structure, it is nothing but like a spine. It is nothing but like a what, children? A spine. It will penetrates into the tissue of the another plant, host plant, and it will what, children? Extract the nutrients, absorb the nutrients, children. Okay, so this hostoria is a what, children? A spine. It is like a adapted what, children? Spine like structure, which will prick into the tissue of the host cell, and with that hostoria, it will xylem tissue. It will enter into that xylem tissue for water. Okay, and phloem tissue, it will extract the nutrients, it will absorb the nutrients from that, children. Okay, so this hostoria is a spine like structure which is seen on the stem of this what, children? This daughter plant, and it will wind up completely on the host plant, and it will penetrate into the host plant, and it will goes into the xylem tissue and absorb water, and phloem tissue, and absorb the nutrients from that, children. Okay, so how is this tissue? How is this stem? This stem is of different colors. So these colors are some of the species of Cuscuta what a genus. Okay, so they are in orange color, and some of them are in pink color, and some of them are in brown color. Okay, some of them are in brown color, children. Okay, and their flowers are yellow or white. They are very small, children, and the flowers are what, children? United corolla, isn't it, children? So the flowers are like united corolla. You know very well that what is meant by a corolla, isn't it, children? Corolla means what? So it consists of petals. You have seen, I think that you might have seen about datura plant, children. In this datura plant, so you know, it is like a tube-like structure. This is calyx, isn't it? This is corolla, and this corolla, these petals are fused, isn't it? So such type of what, children? Bell like it looks like a bell. So daughter plant flowers, it looks like what, children? Bell like structures. Okay, then how does it propagate? So this small flowers, which are what, children? Which corolla are united, produces the seeds. Okay, so these seeds, when it falls on the soil, children, they germinate and they produce a small roots, children, and these roots are temporary roots. These are temporary roots, and it's germinate as it is not having any leaves at all. The leaves are modified into what, children? Scales. Their leaves are modified into scales. So let me write that important point here. Leaves are modified into scales. So this stem, as it is a string like children, it projects like that, and it will be searching for the host plant. When a host plant comes to near it, it will simply wind on the host, and it winds in such a way that very firmly, very strongly, very closely it will wrap up. So after wrapping up children, so there will be a spine like projections children on the stem of this dodder plant, and these are spine like, and such kind of structures we are calling it as what? Hosterium. And this hosterium penetrates into the tissue of the plant, and then they get the nutrients from that plant. So when this kind of plants get the nutrients from the host plants cannot get a sufficient of nutrients, and sometimes the host plant may die children. Okay, so that's why they are called as a parasitic plants. Okay, so this is about children? Parasitic nutrition. So this parasitic nutrition is seen in the dodder plant. Okay, it is a parasitic plant. It depends upon another plant children, and this dodder plant belongs to the genus Cuscuta and family morning glory family children. It is seen in the tropical and temperate regions, and it is more than 107 species are seen. It is a twinning plant, no chlorophyll, and leaves. Okay, so leaves are modified into scales children. I have already written here, but again leaves are modified into scales, and the stem is in orange, pink and brown color children, and some are in yellow color also. Okay, and flowers are very small, and they are children? They are bell like structures. Okay, so they produces a seed and seeds, and when the seeds falls on this children a soil, they produces the temporary roots children, and this string like structure, so they moves towards the host cell, and it winds up to the host cell with the help of the hooks like structure that is called as hostoria. They get the nutrients. They get children? Nutrients from the host plant, and once it started taking the nutrients from the host plant children, and then these temporary roots will disappear, and it will leave completely the soil, and it will depend completely on the plant, host plant only children. Okay, so in this way children, so dodder plant, so which belongs to the genus Cuscuta, Cuscuta, get the nutrients children. Okay, so this is about parasitic nutrition in Cuscuta, and in this lesson the main word, that is children? Hostoria is very important. Okay, so this word is very important in this lesson. Thank you very much. That's all about the parasitic nutrition. Hi, today I came with one more interesting topic, that is nutrition in amoeba. So nutrition in amoeba, it's very interesting topic children, and moreover this is very important question for the class 10. Okay, from the nutrition lesson, this is very important question. So let us discuss about how the amoeba carries out its nutrition process. Okay, so let us see that. So amoeba, first of all, it is an unicellular organism. It is an unicellular organism children. So this is found in fresh water. It is found in fresh water such as lake, pond, and even in the rivers children. If you observe the shape and structure of this children, amoeba, it is irregular in shape. It doesn't have any regular shape children. It is irregular in shape. So what does it feed? It feeds on microscopic plants and animals. Okay, so it feeds on microscopic plants and animals, children. Okay, got the point? And what type of nutrition is seen in amoeba? Okay, so in amoeba, holozoic type of nutrition is seen. Holozoic type of nutrition. Got it, children? And the holozoic type of nutrition is seen in amoeba. Okay, so the process of obtaining of food by this amoeba is by phagocytosis. So what is mean by phagocytosis? Phagocytosis mean cell feeding. Okay, so not only by this phagocytosis, there is another process called as pinocytosis also. Pinocytosis. So what is the difference between this phagocytosis and pinocytosis? In this pinocytosis, children, it will take a liquid. Okay, so liquid is ingest into the body. Okay, so in liquid means what, children? Say that it is a water or soluble nutrients. That means what, children? Nutrients which are soluble in the water. So if a drop of water which consists of nutrients, isn't it? So that nutrient liquid is absorbed or ingested into the body of this amoeba. So that process we call it as pinocytosis, children. Then what about the phagocytosis? Phagocytosis means self-feeding. Self-feeding. So it will ingest the solid part into the body, children. Solid part means what? It is a microscopic plant or animals. So microscopic plants or animals mean what? For example, like algae, okay, or some kind of bacteria. Some kind of bacteria. It feeds on this algae or some kind of what, children? Bacteria. Okay, if you see the structure of this amoeba, children, as we have already studied that it is an irregular in shape. So you see the structure. See, it is an irregular in shape. There is no specific what, children? Shape for it. Right? So this is what, children? Inside liquid part, it is called as what, children? Cytoplasm. Okay, so cytoplasm is bounded or covered by what, children? Cell membrane. Cell membrane. It is a fluid part, children. Okay, the fluid part of this cell amoeba, it is what, children? What, cytoplasm, and this one, it is covered. Cytoplasm is covered with a cell membrane, children. Okay, and inside the cytoplasm, that is what? Endoplasm. That means inside it is called as endoplasm, and just near to this what, children? Cell membrane, it is called as ectoplasm. Okay, so many of the cell organelles are present or situated in this what, children? In the endoplasm itself. Okay, so here in the amoeba, solid particle, I mean liquid part of the cell, it is cytoplasm, and the solid part of this what, children? Amoeba, it is what, children? Nucleus. Okay, so nucleus, and this nucleus, in this nucleus, it consists of what, children? DNA. It consists of what? DNA. Got it? So now let us see, children, here. So the finger-like temporary projections are seen. Okay, so these projections are called as pseudopodia. Pseudopodia. So podia is nothing but feet, and pseudo, it is nothing but false. So it consists of false feet. Why we are calling it as a false feet? Because it is a temporary one. Okay, it is temporary. Right? So here, how does it move? So this amoeba, it will move with the help of what? This pseudopodia only. Right? So how does it feed on the microscopic plants and animals? So when a prey or when the microscopic plant or animal comes near to the amoeba, so the cytoplasm will what, children? this cytoplasm will project a finger-like structures called as what, children? Pseudopodium. Let me draw it here, children. Okay, so here, if say that it is a bacteria comes near to this what, children? Near to this amoeba. So what this amoeba do? So it will project its what, children? It will project its cytoplasm finger-like and covers and encircles this what? Bacteria. This is what, children? Food for it. This is food particle. Okay. So it will encircle this what? It will encircle this food and totally it will engulf it. It will what, children? Engulf it. Okay, so this taking in or ingestion of food particle, children, it is what it is called as ingestion. Ingestion. Okay, so ingestion means what, children? Ingests food particle. Okay, so ingest means what? Take in. Take in, it is what, children? Food particle. So along with this food, there is some what, children? Of water is also present here. Okay, so as soon as it surrounds or encircles this food particle, so this layer, it will be what, children? Disintegrate. It will be what? Disintegrate. And slowly this what, children? Food particle, and this is called as what, children? Slowly it moves into the cytoplasm and this forms a food vacuole. It is what, children? A food vacuole. It is called as food vacuole. Okay, food vacuole. Okay, and the second step of what, children? A digestion. It is what, children? First step in this nutrition of amoeba is ingestion process, and the second step, it is called as digestion. Okay, so in this digestion, the food particle gets digested. So how does this it gets digested? So because of some organelles which are present in this endoplasm, endoplasm, children, say that it is like a lysosomes. So these lysosomes produces certain enzymes, and these enzymes will act on this what, children? These enzymes. Okay, so enzymes will act on it. On what? On this food vacuole. So because of the action of this what, children? Enzymes, this food vacuole, it gets what, children? Digested. Okay, so it gets what? Digested. So here digestion is seen, children, because of what, children? Enzymes. So these enzymes are secreted by the lysosomes. Okay, children, they are secreted by the lysosomes. Okay, so these lysosomes are hydrolytic enzymes. They produces an hydrolytic enzymes. So these hydrolytic enzymes will digest the food solid food particle with the help of what, children? Water. So this is called what, children? Digestion. So after it gets digested, children, let me draw the one more here. You see this solid, this bacteria, it becomes into what, children? A small here. Why? Because it is already digested, isn't it? Most of the it is got digested, and after digestion, children, so this digested particles will be absorbed by the cytoplasm. It will absorbed by the cytoplasm. So the third step in this digestion, in this nutrition of amoeba is what, children? Absorption. So here after the food vacuole gets digested, children, it will be absorbed in the what? In the cytoplasm, children. Okay, and the next fourth step in this nutrition is what, children? Assimilation. Okay, so in this assimilation process, what is the difference between an absorption and assimilation? Absorption means what, children? So the digested food particles will be what? Absorbed by the cytoplasm. Absorbed means what? Spread into the what, children? Cytoplasm here. Then what is mean by assimilation here? This assimilation is nothing but what? Utilization of the digested what? Particles. Okay, so here utilization of what? Of food particle here. So food particles. So what is this food particles? It is completely got digested, isn't it? So the digested particles, utilization of digested particles, we are calling it as assimilation. So how do amoeba what utilize this digested particles? So with the help of what, children? Respiration. So when these digested particles, because of what, children? Respiration process. Okay, so because of respiration process, children, so these digested particles will release energy. Got it? And this energy is utilized. Okay, it is utilized for the growth. Right, it is utilized for what, children? Growth. And not only growth, children, it can be useful for the another what processes also. Say that it helps in what? Reproduction process also. Got it? And see, in this way, children, assimilation process, it is nothing but utilization of digested food particles, children. These digested food particles get used, what it get oxidized by the process of respiration, and it releases the energy, and that energy is utilized by the what, children? Amoeba for its growth or to carry out some other activities also. Okay, children. And the next one, let us see the next step in this what, children? Digestion. Okay, so are you able to see? Okay, yes, you can see. The fifth step, I'll write it here. The fifth step is what, children? Egestion. What is this egestion? Egestion means what, children? Expelling of waste materials, isn't it? So when the food gets digested, in that process, children, there are certain what? Undigested food materials are also produced, and that undigested food materials should be what? Expelled outside from the body. So how does it expel outside from the body? Does it have any what, children? Anus here? No. So here it is an irregular shape first. So this undigested food particle, children, so it reaches to the what, children? Its cell membrane, and finally it will ruptures, isn't it? It reaches the undigested food particle, so it will reaches near to the cell membrane and it will ruptures, and undigested food, okay, undigested food expels outside, children. Okay, so these 5 are the important steps in the nutrition of amoeba. Okay, so what are they? The first one is what? Ingestion. In this ingestion process, food particle what? Ingest into the body of the amoeba, right? With the help of what, children? A finger-like temporary projections, we call it as what, children? Pseudopodia. So pseudopods, we call it as what? Pseudopods. So this, it is called as pseudopods. So when it extends, so it forms what, children? Pseudopods. Pseudopods will what? Encircle the food particle, right, children? Encircle the food particle along with the water, and that food particle, it is what, children? Called as food vacuole. Okay, so the what cell, microscopic plant or animal, it enters into the what, children? Body in the first stage of what? Nutrition. And the second one is what? Digestion. This digestion is what occurs due to because of what, children? Enzymes which are secreted by the lysozymes. And third one is what? After the food gets digested, after the food vacuole gets digested, so it will be absorbed in the cytoplasm, children. Okay, and next step is what? Assimilation. Assimilation is nothing but what? Utilization of what? Food particles, digested food particles. How we can what use this what digested food particles, when it releases energy only we can use it. So how does it releases energy? So by the process of what children? Oxidation. So how that digested food gets oxidized? By the process of what children? Respiration. How that respiration takes place in amoeba? By the process of what children? Diffusion process. You will be studying anyhow in the respiration class children, but I'm telling you here also, because of respiration, because of what children? Diffusion process, so the digested food particles get oxidized, and after oxidation it releases the energy, and that energy it is useful for the growth children. Okay, and after the assimilation, the fifth stage is what children? Egestion. Egestion, in this egestion stage children, it will eliminate waste particles. Okay, it will eliminate waste particles children. Okay, so these are the important 5 stages in the nutrition of what children? Amoeba. Okay, so this is all about what children? Nutrition in amoeba. This is a very important question in what children? Board exam. So I hope you have understood well. I hope you have really enjoyed this what children topic. If you have really enjoyed the topic, please subscribe to my channel. Thank you very much. Hi children, today we are going to discuss about nutrition in paramecium. Okay, so paramecium, so this paramecium is a unicellular organism. Uni means what? Single. So that means what? Unicellular means it is a single cell organism children. So this paramecium is seen in fresh water. Okay, so fresh water mean it is seen in the ditches, ponds, rivers, as well as what children? Lakes. Okay, and if you see the structure of this word paramecium, it looks like a slipper. It looks like a sole of a shoe. So that's why, so this paramecium is called as slipper animalcule. Slipper animalcule children. Okay, if you draw the structure of this word paramecium, so it looks like this. See, when you observe this word children, so it is looking like a what? Slipper. So that's why, because of the shape of the slipper, so that's why it is named after that children, slipper animalcule. So this is outer what shape of the paramecium. So this paramecium is covered by a pellicle, and this pellicle consists of what children? A cilia. These are the cilia children, a delicate hair-like structures which are present all over the body of this what? Paramecium. The function of this cilia is, first one is locomotion. So with the help of this what? Cilia, so this paramecium will move from one place to the another place children in the search of what? Food. Okay, so this is what children? A cilia, which is useful for locomotion. Okay, and not only locomotion, this is cilia, it is useful for locomotion as well as food collection also. Food collection. So how does it collect the food particles? So because of the movement of this cilia in the water children, it will create the water current. So because of the water current, so what happens is the microscopic particles of plants and animals, okay, generally this paramecium feeds on microscopic plants and animals, such as like example, such as like algae, okay, algae, diatoms, right, bacteria, etc. children. Okay, so this paramecium feeds on what microscopic plants and animals such as like algae, diatoms, as well as what children, bacteria and etc. and etc. Okay, so because of the movement of this cilia and there is a water current, and because of that water current the small microscopic plants as well as animals children will be attracted towards this cilia, and this because of the movement of cilia, so the food particles, what happens is it sweeps into the what children, mouth. Okay, so this is a mouth children. In the middle of this what paramecium, there is an opening called as what, mouth. It is called as what, mouth children. So this mouth is called as oral groove. Oral groove, a small depression in the middle of the paramecium. So this is called as what, oral groove. So this cilia, because of the movement of the cilia, so these food particles, so food particle mean so microscopic plants as well as animals, this cilia will sweeps these food particles into the what children, mouth. Okay, and this mouth opens into a esophagus like structure children. This is called as gullet. Okay, the food microscopic particles will be what children, gathered here. Okay, what happens after reaching here, we will discuss it later. Let us see the structure here. Okay, so cilia, and the inside completely it is called as cytoplasm children. So there is a nucleus also. In the paramecium, two nucleus are seen children. One is bigger in size. Okay, one is bean shaped, it's a bigger in size children. So this is called as macronucleus. Macro means big, macronucleus. Okay, and another one, it is very small children. This is called as what children, micronucleus. So this macronucleus, it is useful for the vegetative functions children. That's why it is called as vegetative nucleus. Okay, macronucleus is called as vegetative nucleus. So why it is called as a vegetative nucleus? Because it will perform the vegetative functions. So what are vegetative functions? Except the reproduction process, all the other what functions are carried out and controlled by this nucleus. That's why it is called as vegetative nucleus. It is big in size. That's why it is called as macronucleus. And next come to the small one. It is a small nucleus. It is called as micronucleus. And this micronucleus in the paramecium is responsible for what children? Reproduction process. Okay, it is useful for reproduction process. Got the point? Yes. And one more thing children, there is another structure called as contractile vacuole. There is contractile vacuole in the anterior side as well as what children? Posterior side. This is called as anterior side and this is called as posterior side children. And to these contractile vacuoles, there are certain canals children. They are called as radiating canals. They are called as what? Radiating canals. So this is radiating canals, and this one is what children? Contractile vacuole, right? And here also the same thing. So radiating canals are also seen in the posterior what? Contractile vacuoles. The number of these radiating canals are different in number. In some of the species there are some few, and in some of the species there are many children. Okay, and this ectoplasm and endoplasm, as you know, inside the endoplasm there are some certain what children? There are certain cell organelles are present inside, such as like Golgi apparatus or mitochondria or some other cell organelles are present in the endoplasm children. Okay, and now let us see how the nutrition takes place here. So already the nutrition what kind of nutrition takes place in the paramecium? So in paramecium, children, holozoic nutrition is seen, children. Holozoic, that means what? The food is in solid particle. That solid particle enters into the body and that gets digested because of the enzyme. So such type of nutrition we call it as a holozoic nutrition. So even in amoeba we have seen that holozoic nutrition, and even in our what, children, body also, I mean human body and human nutrition is also holozoic nutrition, children. Okay, and there is one more what, children, part here in this. So in the posterior side, children, that is called as anal pore. It is called as what? Anal pore. It is also called as cytopygy, isn't it? It is also called as what, children? Cytopygy. So as you know that it performs what, children? Holozoic nutrition, children. There are 5 stages in this holozoic nutrition in paramecium. So what is that first one? It is what? Ingestion. Okay, we have already studied in nutrition in amoeba also. The steps are similar. Now, steps are similar in all the holozoic nutrition organisms, children. So first one is ingestion. So already we have discussed when I told about this what, children, a cilia. So this cilia will be what, children? Moves. Okay, they will move. These cilia are the delicate structure. They creates the water currents and try to gather the what, children? Microscopic plants as well as animals such as algae, diatoms and bacteria. Okay, so let me draw it here so that it will be clear to understand. Okay, and this will cilia will sweep this what, children? Bacteria or some other microscopic particles into the what, children? Mouth or oral groove. So oral groove is a small depression, children. So it will reach us here. And as they are the microscopic particles, children, some of the food will be collected in a esophagus like part, children. It is called as gullet. It is called as gullet. When the food, when a small particles are moved like a they form like a mass, children. That mass, okay, will form into a what, children? Food vacuole. It forms into a food vacuole. This is what, children? A food vacuole. Food vacuole. Okay, this stage we call it as what, children? Ingestion. Ingestion means what? Taking enough food. So how the food was taken inside the oral groove is with the help of what? Cilia. It created a water current, and with the help of water currents, so it has collected the food particle, and food particle enters into the oral groove, children. And when the microscopic particles are gathered and formed like a mass, and it forms into a food vacuole. Okay, then what happens to this food vacuole? So this food vacuole must what, children? Digest, right? The second one is what? The second stage of this nutrition is what? Digestion. It is what, children? Digestion. So how does it gets digested? So this food vacuole, children, it will move in the cytoplasm, children, and because of the action of what? Enzymes. Because of the action of what, children? Enzymes which are secreted by the lysosomes, children. So they act on this food vacuole, and the food vacuole what, children? Gets digested. The food in the food vacuole gets what, children? Digested. So as it is moving in the cytoplasm, children, so these food particles, this food vacuole will be shrinks. So as the digested particle what, children? Increases, then what happens? The remaining material will be less. So this vacuole will what happens, children? It will shrink. It will what, children? Comes closer. It will contract. Okay. So as it moves to the cytoplasm, the size of this what, children? Vacuole becomes smaller, and what, children? Smaller. Okay. And this is called as digestion. Digestion is seen because of the action of what? Enzymes. And next, the third one is what, children? Absorption. So when the food vacuole gets what children digested, the digested food particles will be absorbed by the cytoplasm, isn't it? It spreads in all the directions, children. By the process of diffusion, it will spreads throughout the cytoplasm, children. Okay, so the third stage is absorption. Okay, by the process of diffusion process, so these digested food particles will be completely spreading into the cytoplasm. And next, fourth one is assimilation. Assimilation. What is assimilation, children? Assimilation is what? The utilization of the digested food particles, we call it as what? Assimilation. Right? So what? How does it get used up, or how does it utilized? So what happens is, children, so when it gets oxidized by the oxidized, when the digested food particle gets oxidized, then what happens is it releases the energy, and that energy will be utilized by the paramecium, children, so to carry out the activities. Right? So that is called as what, children? Assimilation. Okay. And next, fifth one is what, children? The last one is egestion. Egestion. So egestion is the fifth stage in this Holozoic nutrition, children. So the food gets what? Completely digested, and there are certain what, children? Undigested food particles also, which this food vacuole will be carried out. So slowly the size of the food vacuole, it becomes smaller and smaller, as I said that. So when the food in the food vacuole gets digested, children, the undigested food will be what, children? In less quantity. Okay, so the food vacuole size will be what, children? Shrinks, and that small vacuole which consists of what, children? Undigested food particles, so it will move towards the anal pore, and when it reaches to the anal pore, it comes outside, children. It will expels outside. Okay, so expelling of undigested food materials, we are calling it as egestion. So from where this undigested food particles will be moving out, it is by a structure called as anal pore, and we call this anal pore as another name of this anal pore is cytopipe, children. Okay, so this is about what? Nutrition in paramecium, children. It is also a very important question. Okay. Hi, children. Today we are going to learn about the transverse section of leaf. Why it is so important to learn about transverse section of leaf? Because you have already studied that plant leaf is a site of what? Photosynthesis. If you wanted to understand the mechanism of photosynthesis, it is very important to know about the parts or cells in the leaf, children. That's why today we are going to study about transverse section of leaf. Before going to study about the transverse section of leaf, children, let us see the structure of leaf. Okay, so leaf. This is a leaf, children. Okay, the flat and broad structure of the leaf, we call it as leaf lamina. So this is leaf lamina, children. Okay, so this leaf lamina is connected to the stem by petiole. Okay, the line which runs in the middle of the leaf, we call it as midrib. We call it as midrib, children. Okay, so and there is a structure like this, children. They are called as veins. They are called as veins. Okay, so if you slice the leaf into two equal halves, okay, so say that if you slice the leaf into two equal halves, the small piece of this leaf, okay, the small piece of this leaf, if you make a slide and see under the microscope, so the leaf structure, it observes like this. Okay, so it observes like this. So let us see the transverse section of leaf or cross section of what, children? Leaf. See, the topmost layer of the leaf, it is called as cuticle. Cuticle. Okay, so this cuticle is made up of wax and hydrocarbons. Hydrocarbons. Because of presence of wax on this what, children? Cuticle. This is called as waxy cuticle. Waxy cuticle, children. Okay, so what is the use of this cuticle? So this cuticle, the upper layer of this cuticle is covered with wax, children, and this wax will prevent the water to absorb into the what, children? Leaf. Okay, so the first topmost layer of this what, leaf is cuticle. It is made up of hydrocarbons and wax, and this wax helps to prevent the water absorbed by the leaf, children. Okay, and the next layer just beneath this cuticle, we call it as upper epidermis. Upper epidermis. What is the use of this upper epidermis? This upper epidermis is a rectangular, it is a rectangular cells which are closely packed, children, which are very closely packed, and the use of this upper epidermis is, it helps to absorb the sunlight. It helps to absorb the sunlight, children. Okay, it helps to absorb the sunlight. And one more thing is it prevents the water to get inside the leaf, or it will prevent the water to go outside through the upper epidermis also. Okay, it is a protective layer. We can call this upper epidermis as a protective layer, children. It absorbs the sunlight and also it will prevents the water flow also, children. Okay, it prevents the water. And the next third layer just below this upper epidermis, we call it as palisade parenchyma. Palisade parenchyma, children. If you observe this palisade parenchyma, so they are longitudinal, elongated cells which are very closely packed, children. The intercellular space between this palisade parenchyma is very less, children. They are very closely packed. Which one? Palisade parenchyma, children. If you wanted to understand the structure of these single palisade cell, children, if you magnify it and observe, you see this is a palisade cell, children. Okay, so it consists of nucleus, it consists of vacuole, okay, water vacuole, which helps in storage of water, and also it consists of number of chloroplast in this. Okay, so they, in the palisade cell, children, there are so many number of what? Chloroplast. Okay, so because of the presence of chloroplast in this type of cells, children, so by this we can understand that the maximum of photosynthesis occurs in these what, children? Cells. Got it? So the maximum site, it is a site of what, children? Photosynthesis, because so more number of chloroplasts are seen in the palisade parenchyma, children. Okay, and just below this palisade parenchyma, we see another type of cells, children, which are generally irregular in shape, which are spongy in type, children. They are called as spongy parenchyma. Spongy parenchyma, children. So generally they are irregular in shape, and moreover the distance, I mean intercellular space between the cells is very much. Okay, so this is an intercellular space is very much, children. Okay, and in this space we see oxygen as well as what? Water. We see oxygen as well as water in between the intercellular space of this spongy parenchyma. So this palisade parenchyma and spongy parenchyma together we call it as mesophyll tissue. It is together, we call it as what, children? Mesophyll tissue. Right? And there is what, children? A bundle called as vascular bundle. So this is a what, children? A vascular bundle. It is nothing but what, children? Consists of vessels. Okay. So we will see what are the vessels which are present in this one. Right? So this vascular bundle, totally this structure, we call it as vascular bundle. So in this vascular bundle, we see three types of what, children? Cells. The first one is this one. So we call this as a bundle sheath. Bundle sheath. What is the use of this bundle sheath? So this bundle sheath, it is useful in order to what, children? Bring the two other type of cells. One is xylem as well as what? Phloem together. The work of this what bundle sheath is to bring the xylem vessels as well as what? To pack the xylem vessels as well as phloem vessels together. Right? So this is what? Bundle sheath, children. You see, this one is a bundle sheath. And the second one is xylem vessels. This is xylem vessels. Xylem tissue or xylem vessels. Okay. So what is the use of this xylem vessels or xylem tissue? It is useful for transport water. Xylem vessels, it is used for transport water, children. Okay, so roots will absorb the water, and from the roots, xylem vessels, which helps in transporting the water from the roots to the what, children? Top of the plant, children, tip of the plant. Okay, the direction of this water, this xylem vessels, it is from the down to top, children. Okay, and the next type of cells, we call it as what? Phloem tissue. So this is what? Phloem tissue. This is C. It is called as phloem tissue. This phloem tissue, it is used for what? Transport of nutrients. Okay, transport of nutrients, especially the sugars, transport of nutrients. Right? There is another what, children? Part, we call it as air space, children. It is called as air space, which is filled with air. Right? And just beneath this what the structure of this leaf, we see again the what rectangular type of cells which are very closely packed. We call this structure as what, children? Lower epidermis. Lower epidermis. If you observe this lower epidermis as well as upper epidermis, there is one difference. What is that difference? In the upper epidermis, all the cells are rectangular, they are very closed, and it is very continuous. But whereas in the lower epidermis, children, of course, they are also closely packed, they are also rectangular cells, but it is not continuous. Okay, and because it is interrupted by a special type of what structures, we call these structures as a stomata. But here in the stomata is not seen in the upper epidermis. But there is one exemption, children. In the aquatic plants, stomata are seen even in the upper epidermis. Got it? So in aquatic plants, stomata are seen on the upper epidermis also. But in terrestrial plants, we see stomata in the lower epidermis only. We will not see stomata in the upper epidermis. If you magnify and see the structure of this stomata, children, the small opening we call as a stomata. If you observe this stomata, okay, so this opening we call it as, this pore is called as a what, stomata. If you observe the structure, are you able to see? Yeah, it is a bean. This structure, it is guarded by a bean shaped structures called cells called as guard cells. Okay, so this is opening called as stomata, and this is called as guard cells, and inside the guard cells also we see chloroplast. We see chloroplast inside this one also. So chloroplast is seen here also. And around this what, children, guard cells, we see accessory cells also which are seen around this stomata, accessory cells, right? And here in these guard cells, children, they are microscopic fibrils, children, which are what, useful for the closing and opening of the stomata here. Then what is the use of this stomata? This stomata, it is useful for exchange of gases. Exchange of gases. So what type of gases are exchanged here in the stomata? We see that carbon dioxide will enter into this one. Okay, so carbon dioxide will enter inside the leaf. In the same way, oxygen comes outside. Oxygen comes outside, and water vapor also comes outside through this opening. Okay, exchange of gases, carbon dioxide, okay, so, and oxygen and water vapor is exchanged in this what, children, with the help of the small opening called as stomata. Okay, and if you observe the whole structure, children, we can see that in the palisade parenchyma there are number of what, children, chloroplasts. But whereas in this spongy parenchyma, children, we can also see the what, chloroplast. Got it? But their number is less comparative with the palisade parenchyma. In the spongy parenchyma, the chloroplast number is less. That means we can conclude that, so in palisade parenchyma, more photosynthesis process is seen than that of what, spongy parenchyma, children. So this palisade parenchyma and spongy parenchyma together, we call it as what, children, mesophyll tissue. Got it? So this is about the transverse section of what, children, leaf, right? So in this transverse section of leaf, we see topmost layer, what, waxy cuticle. So cuticle is covered with what, children, a waxy material which prevents the water, and just beneath the cuticle we see upper epidermis. It is a very thin, transparent, which allows the sunlight to pass through it. Okay, and next, just below that epidermis we see palisade parenchyma. If you magnify and see the palisade parenchyma, there is a water vacuole which stores the water inside it, and also chloroplast. More number of chloroplasts are seen inside the palisade parenchyma. And then comes to a next layer, we see a spongy parenchyma, children. It is irregular in shape. Then in this spongy parenchyma also we see what, chloroplast, but comparative with the palisade parenchyma, here we see less number of what, chloroplast. And here we see a vascular bundle, children. This is vascular bundle, and this vascular bundle consists of three types of what cells. One is bundle sheath. This bundle sheath is a circular one, this one, and which helps in what? Which helps in bringing this xylem as well as what, children? Phloem vessels together, to pack together, which helps to pack this xylem as phloem. Okay, and this one is xylem, which helps in transportation of water, and this is phloem, which helps in transportation of nutrients, right? And we see what in and the next beneath, I mean the last layer we call it as what? Lower epidermis, children. This lower epidermis also covered with a waxy cuticle in order to prevent the water, children. Okay, so and we see that in the lower epidermis, children, the cells, the rectangular cells in this lower epidermis are not continuous, so they are having a breaks, children, okay, interrupted by the special structures called as stomata, and these stomata are useful for the exchange of gases. Okay, and we see that this stomata is guarded by the guard cells, children, and even in the guard cells they are bean shaped. Even in the guard cells there are few chloroplasts present in that, and around these guard cells there are accessory cells also, children. Okay, so this is all about the transverse section of leaf. Thank you very much. Hi children. Today we will learn about one of the structure of plastid, that is chloroplast, children. So what is a plastid? In class 9 you might have already studied about a plastid. So let us discuss that one also, children. Plastid. So plastid, it is a double membrane organelle, double membrane organelle, which is found in plants and eukaryotic organisms. So it is found in plants, children, and eukaryotic organisms, isn't it? So what is the function of this plastids? So they prepare food materials. They prepare food and also store food materials. Okay, so they prepare food and store food materials, children, right? And what about this chloroplast? This chloroplast is also a plastid which helps in preparing the food materials and also store food materials in plants. So that means what, children? Here chloroplast, it is a chloroplast, it is a site for photosynthesis process. So that is the reason we are going to study about this topic, the structure of chloroplast, children. So before going to learn about the mechanism of photosynthesis, it is very important to know the structure of the chloroplast, children. If we see the structure of the chloroplast, children, there are different types of shapes, isn't it? So if you see in Chlamydomonas, children, it is a horseshoe shaped, that is like a cup shaped, children, isn't it? So if you see it in Spirogyra, it is ribbon shape, right? So like this, in plants if you take it, children, it is oval shape or a disc shape. So today we will study about the chloroplast, the common children structure of chloroplast which is seen in the higher plants, right? So here this chloroplast, it is in oval shape, children. If you draw the structure of this chloroplast, children, so it looks like this. It is an oval shape, right? This is an oval shape, children. So already we have studied that plastids are the double membrane organelles, right, children? Chloroplast is also a plastid. That means what? It is also a double membrane organelle, right? So it has two membranes. So this is what, children? outer membrane. Say that it is an outer membrane. Outer membrane. Got it, children? So this outer membrane has few proteins, children. It is made up of few proteins and it is permeable. That means what, children? It will allow the materials to pass through it, isn't it? So it is a permeable membrane. Permeable membrane. And also, if you observe this, what, children, outer membrane of this chloroplast, it is smooth. It is what, children? Smooth. Got it? And next, let us see the another membrane which is seen inside, children. This is called as inner membrane. Got it? So this is inner membrane, children. Right. So this is inner membrane. Inner membrane, and it has more proteins. It has more proteins and it is semi-permeable. Semi-permeable means what, children? It will allow only selected materials to pass through it, right? So semi-permeable. It is a semi-permeable membrane. Got it, children? Semi-permeable membrane, and it has more proteins. And inner membrane is also smooth, children. We have studied in class 9 about the structure of mitochondria. So the inner member of mitochondria, it has a several folds. We called it as a cristae. But here in the chloroplast, children, the inner membrane of the chloroplast, it is what, children? Smooth, right? And it is semi-permeable membrane. And inside this, children, so inside this chloroplast, it consists of what? It consists of liquid part, children, fluid part. We call this matrix as a stroma, right? Stroma. It consists of liquid part, children. We are calling it as what, children? Stroma. And this stroma is rich in enzymes. It is rich in what, children? Enzymes. And also it is very rich in ions also. So what are the uses of these enzymes and ions in the stoma? So these enzymes and ions take part in the photosynthesis process, children. It helps to complete the process of photosynthesis, right? So, and one more important thing, children, there are certain structures inside the stoma. Let us see that, let us see those structures, children, okay? So there is a sac-like structures, children. These are the sac-like structures. So these sac-like structures, we call it as thylakoids. Thylakoids, children. Thylakoids. These are the sac-like structure. If you observe or if you magnify this, what, children, structure and see this, what, the thylakoids. These thylakoids also, they are double membrane. They are also double membrane, right? And inside this part, we call it as a lumen. In between these inner as well as what, children, outer membrane, there are number of what, children, chlorophyll pigments are present here in the membrane. Got it? So that means what, children, here chlorophyll pigments are not present in the lumen, they are present in the thylakoid membranes. Isn't it, children? So chlorophyll pigments are seen in the membranes of thylakoid, right? And these thylakoids are arranged like a pile of what, children? Coins. Like a pile of coins. So these pile of coins together, we call it as grana or granum. isn't it children? It is called as what children? Granum. Okay, so inside this what children? So it consists of chlorophyll pigments. There are number of such thylakoids children inside the stoma. Let me draw here also. Okay, so these are what children? Thylakoid membranes which are piled one after the another. It looks like this, isn't it? I will draw it here also. Few more. There are so many what children? Granum in the stoma. The lumen of this what thylakoids are connected to the inner membrane, isn't it? The lumen of these thylakoids are connected to the inner membrane, and here also it will connect to the inner membrane. And not only to the inner membrane children, it also interconnected with each other, isn't it? It also interconnected each other. Don't get confusion children. It looks like that chlorophyll pigments are seen in the lumen, but it's not in the lumen, it is in the membrane, right? So here also so they are interconnected also, and these connections we call it as stroma lamellae. Okay, so they are called as what children? Stroma lamellae. Stroma lamellae. Got it? So these stroma lamellae connects to the inner membrane, and also what children? Grana also. And also there are few structures which are seen in this stroma children. Let us see that one also. It consists of 70 ribosomes. It also consists of what children? 70 ribosomes. So they are ribosomes. What type of ribosome? 70 ribosomes. So you have already studied in class 9 about the function of this ribosomes children. So ribosomes function is protein synthesis. Protein synthesis children. Besides this ribosomes, there are lipid granules or lipid droplets are also seen in the stoma. So these are lipid droplets. Lipid here and there we see lipid droplets also children. Okay, and one more important structure we see in the stoma children, that is circular DNA. What is this? Circular DNA. Because of presence of DNA, circular DNA as well as ribosomes children, so it can control itself, isn't it? Like mitochondria. So that's why that process in controlling itself children, the cell organelle which can control its own children, it is that process we call it as semi-autonomous. Semi-autonomous. Got it children? Semi-autonomous. It can control itself. This cell organelle will control itself. Okay. So to complete the whole photosynthesis process children, it has two main stages, that is a light reaction as well as what? Dark reaction. So the complete photosynthesis process, so it takes light photosynthesis children. So it consists of light reactions as well as, are you able to see children? Yeah, okay, you can see. So, and the second one is dark reaction. Dark reactions children. Okay, so light reactions as well as dark reactions. This is dark reactions children. So I think you are unable to, see this one. I will write it here. Dark reactions. So where does this light reactions and dark reactions occur? Okay, so here in the thylakoid membranes, in the granum children, in the membranes of thylakoid, we see a chlorophyll. So this chlorophyll, so sunlight is trapped inside this what children? Thylakoids. Okay, so light reactions occur in this thylakoids children, okay, in this granum. Got it? So light reactions are seen in the thylakoid membranes. Okay, and where does these dark reactions occur? So these dark reactions occur in the stroma with the help of enzymes and ions which are present in the stroma children. So in the stroma dark reactions occur, and in the thylakoids light reactions occur here. Light reactions occur children. So in this stroma children, dark reactions, it takes the carbon dioxide and converts into what children? Carbohydrates or into sugars. Okay, so the mechanism of photosynthesis we will learn in the next class children. Okay, so this is about the what structure of the chloroplast. In glance, if you see the structure of this chloroplast children, so chloroplast is a double membrane organelle which is seen or which are found in plants as well as eukaryotes. Okay, so these plastids can synthesize their food materials and also store food children. Okay, so this chloroplast is a site for the photosynthesis, and chloroplast is an oval shape, or we can also call it as disc shape children. So it is double membrane, outer membrane, it has a few proteins, it is a permeable membrane children, and it is very smooth. And next come to a inner membrane. So inner membrane is also a smooth children, it also has more proteins, it is semi-permeable membrane, selective permeable membrane children. Okay, and the matrix of this what chloroplast, the liquid or fluid part of this chloroplast consists of what children? It is called as stoma. So where dark reactions will occur with the help of what children? Enzymes as well as ions. Okay, and here a sac-like structures, we call it as thylakoids children. So if you see the structure of this thylakoids, it is a double membrane. So these are this is membrane and this one is an inner membrane, and inside this is called as lumen. So chlorophyll pigments are seen in the membranes of thylakoid, right children? So here itself the sunlight will be trapped, and here because of trapping of this sunlight children, light reactions will occur in the thylakoid membranes children. Okay, and here ribosomes are also seen, and small lipid droplets are also can seen children, and because of presence of circular DNA it can control itself, so that's why it is called as semi-autonomous children. Okay, so this is all about the structure of chloroplast children. I hope you have understood very clearly. So if you really enjoy my class, so please do subscribe and also share it to your friends. That's all for today children. Thank you very much. Hi children, in this video we are going to learn about this hydrilla experiment. With this hydrilla experiment, we are going to prove that oxygen is produced during the process of photosynthesis. Oxygen is produced during photosynthesis in the presence of sunlight. In the presence of sunlight. Okay, so with this hydrilla experiment, so we are going to prove that oxygen is produced during photosynthesis process in the presence of what children? Sunlight. Okay, so in the year 1779, Jan Ingenhouse children. So this scientist, Dutch scientist children, in the year 1779, so he noticed that so green plants produce oxygen in the presence of what children? Sunlight, by the process of photosynthesis children. Okay, so for this hydrilla experiment we need a glass beaker, a transparent glass beaker. So why we are specifically taking a glass beaker, and that to a transparent one? Because when we keep this whole apparatus in the sunlight, children, so if it is transparent, so easily the sunlight will falls inside the children, beaker, and that will fall on the hydrilla plant, children. So that is the reason why we take a transparent glass beaker. Okay, so we are taking a beaker first. So this is a beaker. And the second thing we need for this experiment is funnel. Okay, so see this, children. So this is a funnel. A short stem funnel is taken in this children experiment. Okay, so you have to take a hydrilla twigs and arrange this hydrilla twigs inside the funnel, children, like a flower bouquet. Okay, so how do we arrange the flower bouquet, children? So we will bundle it, isn't it, together in the same way. So these hydrilla twigs are bundled together, children. Okay, after doing so, we have to invert this funnel inside the beaker. Okay, children, so these are hydrilla twigs. These are hydrilla twigs, children. Okay, and next after placing the funnel inside the beaker, so you need to pour a water in this one. So water is poured inside the beaker. Okay, children, so water is poured. So this one is water. And after that, take a test tube. Okay, a transparent test tube. Fill the test tube completely with the water. So why we need to fill it with the water? Because to ensure that there is no gas or there is no air present in the test tube, children. Okay, so after filling the test tube with the water, completely with the water, children, so you need to hold the mouth of the test tube with a thumb. Okay, and very carefully we have to place the test tube to the stem of the funnel and just release it, isn't it? So this is what, children? Test tube. So you are placing a test tube on the stem of the funnel. Okay, after arranging the whole apparatus in this way, we have to place this whole apparatus in the sunlight, children. Okay, so for say that, so 2 to 3 hours we need to place it in the sunlight. So after placing it in the sunlight, children, so we observe air bubbles comes from the hydrilla twigs, children. Okay, so we see air bubbles in the test tube, and these all air bubbles are collected at the top of the children? Test tube, children. Okay, right? So let's say that at the top of the test tube there is some children? Gas. Let us find out what is that gas, isn't it, children? So after ensuring that the gas is children collected at the top of the test tube, very carefully, so you need to place your hand inside the beaker and just withdraw this children? Take this test tube, children. So when the test tube comes to the tip of the funnel, stem of the funnel, you need to close the mouth of the test tube. Okay, mouth of the test tube, so firmly. Okay, so we need to close it and take it, children. Okay, in this way. So we need to close it and take it. And after taking that, children, so we know that this test tube consists of water, as well as at the top we see some children? Collected gas. So to know that the gas collected is an oxygen gas, children, so you take a burning matchstick and place it near the mouth of this children? Test tube and open your finger. So when you open your children? A finger, so the gas which is present in the test tube comes outside. As a result, the burning matchsticks will burns brightly. So this shows that children, the gas which is evolved during this process children, so it is what? Oxygen gas. So the gas which is liberated or which is produced is an what children? Oxygen gas children. So here the whole apparatus, we are providing all the requirements for the process of what children? Photosynthesis, isn't it? For example, water is required for the process of photosynthesis. So we have provided the water, and chlorophyll is required. In the hydrola plant children, chlorophyll is also seen. And also carbon dioxide is also required for the process of photosynthesis. So carbon dioxide is also present in the what children? Water in the dissolved state. So in order to get a good what children result, so we can add potassium bicarbonate also children. Okay. So this potassium bicarbonate, KHCO3. So dilute form of potassium bicarbonate, we can add it to this water so that the carbon dioxide level will be increases, isn't it? And also what children, water is also already there. So we have provided all the necessary requirements for the process of photosynthesis. As a result, the gas which is produced because of this photosynthesis process is what children? Oxygen. So by this experiment children, so we can prove that oxygen is produced during the what children? Photosynthesis process. Okay, so this is about what children, and a simple experiment, it shows that oxygen is produced during the process of photosynthesis children. Okay, so that's all for today children. I hope you have enjoyed this wood video. So if you really enjoyed this wood video, so you please subscribe to my channel and share it to your friends. That's all for today. Thank you very much. Hi children, today we are going to learn how to do an experiment to show that sunlight is necessary for the process of photosynthesis children. So for this experiment we need a potted plant with green leaves children. Okay, so this is a potted plant with a green leaves children. So in order to continue this experiment children, we need de-starched leaves children. That means what? The leaves of that plant should not contain any starch particles. So how can we make that de-starched leaves children? By placing the potted plant in dark for 3 to 4 days of time children. So we can remove completely what children? Starch particles. Actually the plant will use away the starch particles which are present in the leaves. So that what happens children? The green leaves, so it will be of de-starched children. That means starch will be absent. So after 3 days keep it in the dark children, so we have to take a thin foil, aluminum foil or a black paper children, and we need to wrap at the middle of the what children? Leaf. So as shown in this figure children, so we need to wrap the thin aluminum foil in the middle of the what children? Leaf. Okay, and we have to pin, or we have to place the paper what children? Pin, so that very firmly, so that this aluminum foil will remains very firmly to this leaf. So why we are covering the part of this leaf with an aluminum foil or a black paper? Because by doing so children, so when this potted plant is kept in the what sunlight, so this portion which is covered with aluminum foil, what happens children? It will not be exposed to the sunlight. Then what about the other two parts children? So that means this part as well as this part. So when we keep it in the sunlight children, the other part which is not covered, isn't it? So will be exposed to the sunlight children. Okay, so after just wrapping this aluminum foil children to the middle of the leaves children, we have to bring that potted plant to the sunlight children. Okay, so So in the dark, we have to keep it for 3 to 4 days. And after wrapping it with an aluminum foil, so we have to bring it back to the what children, sunlight. So where the sunlight is what children, maximum, so we need to place this potted plant in order to expose it to the sunlight children. So we have to place it this potted plant for 3 to 4 days in the sunlight children. So why we are keeping it in the sunlight? Because plants prepare their food materials in the presence of sunlight. Okay, so after 3 to 4 days of time children, so we need to detach the partially covered leaf from the plant. Okay, so we need to detach this what children, leaf from the plant, right? And after detaching it from the plant children, so this leaf which is partially covered children, we have to remove the aluminum foil from the leaf, isn't it? And after removing this what children, aluminum foil, we have to immerse this green leaf into the boiled water. See what we have did now. So we have detached this leaf and removed the aluminum foil and placed it in the boiled water. So why we need to place it in the boiled water for few minutes? Because in order to break the cell membranes of the plant cells children. So why we need to break the cell membranes of the plant cells, I mean leaf cells children here? Because so when we pour iodine solution onto the leaf children, so directly it will go to the what children, starch. Okay, it will it will directly without any interference. So this iodine drops will reach to the starch particles children. So if that cell membranes of the leaf cells are remain like that, so it will not reach completely children. So in order to do in order to reach the iodine solution to the starch children, so what we need to do here is, so we are just immersing this leaf in the boiled water for a few minutes, so that the cell membranes of the leaf cells will be break and easily the iodine solution will be absorbed children. Okay, and now after doing so children, then we have to take this what children, leaf and dip it in the boiled alcohol children. So say that it is an ethanol, okay, any kind of alcohol. So we have to take that what children, leaf and dip it into the boiled alcohol. So here we must be very careful children. So you take a small beaker, isn't it, and pour alcohol in that and immerse this what children, leaf in that, and if you place it directly on the burning sphincter children, so what happen or Bunsen burner children, what happens, you know? So being that it is an alcohol children, it is an inflammable, so that we should not do such kind of thing children. Okay, we must not place the alcohol beaker directly on the what children, light or on the Bunsen burner children. Okay, so for that what we need to do, how to boil this alcohol? So we have to place this what children, small beaker in a water bath, isn't it, in a water bath. This is a big beaker in a water bath. So when you boil this what children, water, so when this water in the big beaker gets boiled, automatically the alcohol in the small beaker also gets boiled children. So when this alcohol gets boiled, what happens? So slowly the chlorophyll which is present in this leaf will be what children, will be separated. That means it will be collected in the alcohol children. So for few minutes we have to do this process. So we will observe that alcohol turns into what children, green color. So when the alcohol turns into a green color, so we will understand that the chlorophyll pigments in this green leaf will be removed children, isn't it? So is it clear children? So what we are doing here, so we are not placing the alcohol beaker directly on Bunsen burner because it is inflammable. So we are placing it in the water bath children. Okay, so in order to remove the chlorophyll pigments from this what children, leaf. After removing these chlorophyll pigments, children, so when the alcohol turns green in color, so slowly we have to take this children, leaf from the alcohol, isn't it, and place it on the place it in the petri dish, isn't it? So we need to keep it on the petri dish. So when we take it from the chlorophyll, when we take it from the alcohol beaker, children, so even the surface of the leaf also contains children, chlorophyll pigments. So in order to remove the chlorophyll pigments on the surface of the leaf, children, so we need to wash with children, water, rinse with water, okay, clean with the water now, okay. So take a petri dish here and just you pour a water on this children, on this leaf, so that to remove the chlorophyll pigments on the surface of the leaf, isn't it? And then what we need to do, just make sure that there is no chlorophyll pigments on the surface of the children, leaf. And then just you drop children, with the help of dropper, you drop few drops of iodine solution on the leaf, isn't it? So this leaf gets decolorized. So when you boil in this children, alcohol, so it gets completely children, decolorized, because already green color is gone, because chlorophyll is lost from the leaf. So it looks children, pale color, or it looks a decolorized children, leaf. So this decolorized leaf, when you place it in the children, petri dish, okay, add few drops of iodine solution with the help of dropper, children, so the leaf will turns into blue black color, children, okay. So but here one thing we will notice here, so we will notice that the leaf completely, it will not turn into a blue black color, children, isn't it? Only partially. So partially means children here? So which part of the leaf will turn into a blue black color? So the part of the leaf which is exposed to the sunlight, so that part of the leaf will turn into a blue black color, children. And the part of the leaf which is covered with a thin aluminum foil or a black paper, children, so that is not converted, that is not turned into a blue black color, children. Instead, it will remain pale color, or it will remain in the pale color, children, or colorless only. Okay, so by this children, we will understand that. So this children, starch particles are formed when starch particles are formed in the parts of children, leaf, where it is exposed to the children, light, isn't it? And here the starch particles are not formed children, in which part? So the part which is covered with a thin aluminum foil, children, isn't it? So by this experiment, children, so we will come to know that the plants, green plants, prepare food materials in the presence of children? Photosynthesis, children, isn't it? So this is about children, a simple experiment which we can do it in our science laboratory also, children. So this experiment show that sunlight is necessary for photosynthesis, children. So in glance we will see, children. So for this experiment we require a potted plant with a green leaves, children. First, in this beginning of this experiment, what we need a de-starched leaf. For that, we are placing the whole potted plant 3 to 4 days in the dark, and after placing it in the dark, we are just wrapping one of the leaf with a thin aluminum foil, isn't it, so tightly, okay, and then bring it to the sunlight. And when you expose it to the sunlight, children, what happens for 3 to 4 days? So just when it is exposed to the sunlight, children, and remove or detach the leaf which is partially covered with aluminum foil, then dip it in the boiled water, isn't it, in order to break the membranes of cells in the leaf cells, children. And then you dip it in the children, alcohol, boiling alcohol, in order to remove the chlorophyll pigments, isn't it, and rinse that children, decolorized leaf, children, in order to remove completely the chlorophyll pigments on the surface of the leaf. And then with the help of dropper, you add few drops of iodine solution to this decolorized leaf, So the leaf which is exposed to the sunlight will turn into a blue black color, children. Which is not exposed to the sunlight, children, it remains pale in color, children. So this is about what, children? Experiment to show that sunlight is necessary for the process of photosynthesis, children. I hope it is very clear to you, children. This is very important question also, children. Okay, so if you really like this video, children, please subscribe to my channel and also share it to your friends, children. So that's all for today, children. Thank you very much. Hi children, in this video we are going to study about role of carbon dioxide in the process of photosynthesis, children. So we have already studied about the role of carbon dioxide, children. So carbon dioxide plays a key role in the process of photosynthesis. Without carbon dioxide, there is no photosynthesis process, children, isn't it? So experimentally we are going to prove that carbon dioxide is very essential for the process of photosynthesis, children. For this experiment, so we need a potted plant. So we need to select a potted plant which has green leaves, children, and the leaves should be long and narrow leaves, children. Okay, so first we have to take a potted plant, children, potted plant with green leaves, and the leaves should be narrow as well as what, children? Long. Okay, and for this experiment, children, so we need to de-starch the leaves of that potted plant. So how to de-starch the leaves of that potted plant? So we have to place this potted plant in dark for 3 to 4 days of time. So when we place this potted plant in the dark, children, for 3 to 4 days, so what happens? So it is in the dark, so it cannot carry out the process of photosynthesis. So as a result, it cannot synthesize its food materials. So whatever the starch particles are present in the leaf, children, it will be consumed, children, isn't it? So it will be used. So after 3 to 4 days of time, children, so there will be no starch in the leaves, isn't it? So that is the reason why we have to place the whole potted plant in the dark, children. So after 3 days of what, children, time, or 3 to 4 days of time, children, so what we need to do is we have to take a wide mouth bottle, transparent bottle, isn't it? So see this one, this is what, children? A transparent wide mouth bottle, children. Okay, so why we have to take a transparent bottle here? Because when we place the whole setup, children, so in the sunlight, so sunlight should easily pass through this what, children? What bottle? So that's why we are taking a transparent bottle, children. Okay, so you have to take a wide mouth transparent bottle and put some what, children? Potassium hydroxide pellets or potassium hydroxide solution in the bottle. So what you are doing here? So you are placing the potassium hydroxide pellets or potassium hydroxide solution, children, inside the bottle. So why we are just placing this, why we are using the potassium hydroxide in this experiment? Because so this potassium hydroxide will absorb the carbon dioxide, children, which is present in the bottle. Okay, so what is our what experiment? So our experiment is that whether the carbon dioxide is necessary for the process of photosynthesis or not. So for that reason, children, so what we are doing here is, so we are taking the potassium hydroxide solution in the bottle. So after taking this solution in the bottle, children, so you need a cork, a rubber cork, children, which exactly fits to the mouth of this bottle. So take a cork and split it into what, children? 2. Okay, and select one of the what, children? Leaf of this potted plant, right, and place the leaf of that potted plant in between the cork and fix it into this what children, mouth of the bottle children. So we have to arrange in such a way that half of the leaf should be outside the bottle and half of the leaf it should be inside the bottle. So why we are arranging in this way children? Because this half of the leaf which is outside the bottle, it will carbon dioxide is available for that one, but whereas the half of the leaf which is inside this bottle children, so there will be no carbon dioxide here. Why? Because potassium hydroxide is already in the bottle, so this potassium hydroxide will absorb the complete carbon dioxide which is present in the bottle. So this bottle is carbon dioxide free now. So after placing the cork children, see that it is very see that there is no carbon dioxide or there is no air enters into the bottle. If possible, you can apply a grease or you can apply what children, a Vaseline also, to prevent the entry of what children, air inside the bottle. Okay, so after arranging these all setup children, the whole this setup you have to place it in the sunlight for 3 to 4 days of time children, isn't it? So for 3 to 4 days of time you have to place it in the sunlight. So when you place it in the sunlight, what happens children here? Let us see here. So when you place it in the sunlight children, carbon dioxide is available for the leaf which is present outside the bottle, and here inside the bottle there is no carbon dioxide, isn't it? But sunlight is present inside the part of the leaf which is present inside the bottle as well as the part of the leaf which is outside the bottle, and the water is already getting through the plant. So all the requirements are supplied to this potted plant, but except carbon dioxide, half of the leaf it is not getting the carbon dioxide because it is inside the bottle children, isn't it? So after 3 to 4 days after keeping it in the sunlight children, so detach the leaf which is placed inside the bottle. Okay, so detach the leaf, remove the cork, and just to take the what children, leaf. Okay, and that leaf you have to immerse in the hot water, isn't it? Why we are immersing that this leaf inside the hot water? Because this hot water children will break away the cell membranes of leaf cells. So why we need to break the cell membranes of the leaf cells? Because when you add iodine drops to this leaf children, so it will easily absorbs and reaches to the starch particles. But if the membrane is seen children, cell membranes of the leaf cells are there, it will obstruct the flow of what? Iodine solution. That's why we need to break the cell membranes of leaf cells. So for that what we are doing? So we are immersing that what children, leaf in the hot water for few minutes. So when you place it in the hot water for few minutes, so what happens? The cell membranes in that leaf cells will be break down, and then after that we have to remove the chlorophyll from the leaf. So why we need to remove the chlorophyll from the leaf? Because it will interfere the reaction with the iodine solution children, with starch. So that's why we have to remove the what? Chlorophyll pigments from that leaf. So for that what we need to do is we have to place this leaf in the hot alcohol children, boiled alcohol children, isn't it? So we cannot boil the alcohol directly children because it is inflammable, it catches easily the fire. So we have to place this what children, alcohol beaker in the water bath, so that when this water gets boiled children, automatically the alcohol in this small beaker also get boiled, isn't it? So when it boils children, the chlorophyll pigments in this what green leaf will be what children, removed from that. So how can we how can we understand that the chlorophyll pigments in that green leaf is removed means by observing the alcohol. So when the alcohol turns green in color, children, so we can understand that the chlorophyll pigments are removed from that one, children, isn't it? So now what we are doing, so we are taking this leaf from the alcohol, isn't it? Now the whole green color is lost. Now the whole chlorophyll is lost from the plant. So how does it remain, children? So it will be decolorized leaf, children, isn't it? So now it will not be in a green color because already the chlorophyll pigments are lost from that, because when we placed in the hot alcohol, isn't it? So this will be a decolorized. Now it is decolorized and you can wash it in the water, children, so that the chlorophyll pigments which are seen on the surface of the leaf also gets washed away, children. And after that, children, so place this leaf in a petri dish, isn't it? Add few iodine drops with the help of dropper, children, isn't it? So when you drop this, children, with the help of dropper, when you drop a few iodine solution to this, children, here what we observe here is the part of the leaf which is exposed outside, I mean which is present outside, children, outside the bottle, it has turned into a blue-black color. But the part of the leaf which is inside the bottle, children, inside the bottle, it will not turn into blue-black color, children, isn't it? It remains pale in color. So by this, what we have understood, children, so this part of the leaf which is above the outside the bottle, it has turned to the blue-black color. That means what? Starch particles are prepared at the top of the leaf, children, isn't it? And where the bottom of the leaf which is inside the bottle, children, it does not turn into a blue-black color because there is no starch particles here, children. So why it is not turning it is into a black color or a blue-black color? Because there is no starch particles. So it couldn't prepare the starch particles because there was no carbon dioxide in the bottle. So by this experiment, children, so we can prove that carbon dioxide is very essential for the process of what, children? Photosynthesis, children. Okay, so this is about what, children? A simple experiment that shows the carbon dioxide is necessary for the process of photosynthesis, children. So that's all for today, children. I hope you have enjoyed this class very much. So if you really enjoyed this class, children, so please subscribe to my channel and share it to your friends, children. That's all for today. Thank you very much. Hi, children. In this video we are going to learn about mechanism of photosynthesis. We have already studied about what is meant by photosynthesis. So photosynthesis is a process of preparing food materials in plants. If you see the equation of this photosynthesis, children, so plants take carbon dioxide from air, water from soil, in the presence of what, children? Chlorophyll and sunlight. They prepare 6 carbon substance, organic substance, that is glucose C6, H12O6, and also oxygen gas is liberated outside, children. Okay, so this looks very simple equation: carbon dioxide from the air, water from the soil, in the presence of chlorophyll and sunlight. So it manufacture sugar such as what, children? Glucose molecule, and also byproduct has oxygen is liberated. It looks very simple, but it is a complicated and a unique process, children. Many of the scientists are working out the steps which are involved in this process and the intermediate products that are formed in this what, children? Photosynthesis process. If we observe this photosynthesis process, children, so it occurs in 2 phases. So the first phase is photochemical phase. Photochemical phase. And the second phase is biosynthetic phase. Biosynthetic phase. As this photochemical phase, children, it requires the sunlight, so it is dependent on sunlight, so it is called as light reactions, children. We can also call it as a light reactions. Okay, or light dependent reaction. Light dependent reaction, isn't it? And the second phase, it is called as biosynthetic phase. We can also call it as dark reactions, or we can also call as light independent reactions. Light independent reactions. Okay, children. Now let us study about first one, the first phase, that is photochemical phase or light reactions, children. Okay, so let me write a light reactions. So in this light reactions, children, what happens is light gets absorbed by the chlorophyll pigments, children. So we have already studied that. So chlorophyll pigments are seen in the thylakoid membranes. That means, so these light reactions occur in the grana. So these light reactions occurs in what, children? Grana. Got it? So this light reactions occurs in 3 steps, children. Isn't it? There are several steps in this light reactions, but very important steps is, first thing is they convert the light energy into a chemical energy. Isn't it, children? So light energy converts into chemical energy. Isn't it? So how it will convert? Let us see here. So in these light reactions, children, in the first step, the light energy consists of what, children? The smallest particles called as photons. Okay, so photons. So these photons are the smallest particles from the sunlight, children. Okay, so when the chlorophyll is exposed to the sunlight, so the small particles which are present in the sunlight, children, are get absorbed by the chlorophyll. Isn't it? So these chlorophyll pigments are seen in the membranes of thylakoid. So when these photons are absorbed by this chlorophyll, children, chlorophyll gets activated. Isn't it? So in the first stage of what, children? In the first step of light reactions, what happens is chlorophyll gets activated. Isn't it? So chlorophyll gets activated. How this chlorophyll gets activated? Because of what, children? Absorption, or because of trapping of what, children? Sunlight. Okay, sunlight consists of tiny particles, those are called as photons. So these photons are absorbed by the chlorophyll and the chlorophyll gets activated, children. Isn't it? And what happens in the second stage? In the second stage, so this activated chlorophyll, children, so it will split the water molecules. Isn't it, children? So it will split the water molecules. So this reaction, we call it as what, children? Photolysis. Photolysis. Photo means light. Lysis means, children, breaking. Isn't it? So because of activated what, children? Chlorophyll, this chlorophyll, children, will breaks the water molecules. Isn't it? That means what? If you take this H2O, this is water molecules, it will be splits into hydrogen ions as well as what, children? Hydroxyl ions. Isn't it? Hydroxyl ions, children. Okay, so this process we are calling it as what, children? Photolysis. These reactions are observed by the Robert Hill. Isn't it? So it was observed by the Robert hill. So we call this reaction as a hill reaction. Hill reactions. And the ions, hydrogen ions as well as oxygen, hydroxyl ions, children, they are in active state, children. They are reactive, isn't it? So they are reactive. So what happens to this one? So these hydroxyl ions, children, these hydroxyl ions, they undergo a number of what, children, steps and convert into oxygen as well as what, children, water molecules. So this hydroxyl ions, they convert into oxygen as well as what? Water. And this water is used by the plant, but this oxygen is released outside, children. It releases outside, right? And next, what happens to these hydrogen ions? In the third stage, children, in the third step, children, the hydrogen ions, so they react with the NADP, nicotinamide adenine dinucleotide phosphate, isn't it? So they reacts, these hydrogen ions, children, they reacts with the NADP, a molecule, and converts into NADPH, isn't it? So in these reactions, children, what happens is some amount of energy is also released in the form of inorganic phosphate. So this inorganic phosphate, IP, we call it as inorganic phosphate. This is an energy, children, okay? So this inorganic phosphate, it combines with ADP, adenosine diphosphate, and forms into ATP, children. It forms into ATP molecules, isn't it? So in the third stage, so what is the final products, children, here? So finally we get NADPH as well as and ATP molecules, children. Okay, so these compounds, we call it as accessory assimilatory powers. So these are called as assimilatory powers, isn't it? So this is about what, children? Light reactions. So these light reactions, these three steps, children, it occurs in the grana, isn't it? And next, the second phase, we call it as a biosynthetic phase. So let me write it here, children. Biosynthetic phase. Second phase, it is biosynthetic phase. So in this biosynthetic phase, we call it as what, children? A dark reaction. It doesn't mean that these reactions occur only in the dark, only in the night. No, it will occur in the daytime or as well as what, children? Night. Immediately after the completion of light reactions, children, dark reactions occur in the stoma of the chloroplast, isn't it? So these dark reactions occur in the stroma, isn't it? It occurs in the stroma. Here the thing is, children, the NADPH and ATP molecules are formed. So these undergo reactions in the what, children? Stoma, because of the enzymes, because of the ions, isn't it? So the hydrogen in NADPH molecule combines with what, children? Carbon dioxide. Okay, children, so let me write it here. Are you able to see? Yeah. So NADPH, isn't it? The hydrogen in this NADPH, children, combines with carbon dioxide, isn't it? So, and forms into a glucose. It forms into what, children? Glucose molecules. So in these requires what, children? Energy. So ATP is used in combining what children, this hydrogen from NADPH and carbon dioxide, and finally what happens children, glucose molecules are formed. So this is about what children, dark reaction. Dark reaction, it doesn't mean it occurs only in the dark, it can occur in the daytime also. So usually immediately after the light reaction, dark reactions what children occurs. Okay, so this is about the mechanism of what children, photosynthesis. So many of the scientists children still working out so what are the steps involved in the process of photosynthesis children, and what are the intermediate products which are formed in this process of photosynthesis children. Okay, and here one more important children point is there. So here ribulose 1,5-bisphosphate is an intermediate product children. Okay, so that product is formed children, intermediate product. So we call it as ribulose 1,5-bisphosphate. This is an intermediate what children, compound which is formed in the process of photosynthesis children. So this is about the mechanism of photosynthesis children. So photosynthesis process occurs in two phases. One is photochemical phase, we can also call as a light reactions or light dependent reactions, isn't it children, light dependent reactions. And the second one is what, biosynthetic phase, we call it as dark reactions or light independent. This is what children, independent reactions, isn't it? So light reactions occur in grana. It occurs in 3 steps children. Light energy will be what children, converted into the chemical energy. How? By observing the photons, chlorophyll gets activated, and this activated chlorophyll children split up the water molecule into hydrogen ions and hydroxyl ions, isn't it? So this process is observed by the Robert Hill, so that's why it is called as Hill reactions. And hydroxyl ions will undergoes a series of steps children and convert into oxygen and water. Water is utilized by the what children, plant, and oxygen is what children, released outside. And the reactive hydrogen ion children combines with NADP and converts into NADPH, and in this process children, energy is also released in the form of inorganic phosphate, and this inorganic phosphate will be what children, combined with ADP and converts into ATP, and this ATP, it is used in the dark reaction children, and the end products of light reaction is NADPH as well as ATP. And what happens in the biosynthetic phase? So this biosynthetic phase children occurs in the stoma, isn't it? The hydrogen in NADPH combines with what children, carbon dioxide, by utilizing the ATP in the light reaction, and finally converts into what children, glucose molecules. Okay, so this is about the mechanism of what children, photosynthesis. So that's all for today children. So I hope you have really enjoyed the class, and if you really enjoyed this class, please subscribe my channel and also share to your friends. That's all for today. Thank you. Hi children, in this video we are going to discuss one more interesting topic children, that is nutrition in human beings. In our previous videos we have already seen that what is meant by nutrition. Let us recollect children what is meant by nutrition. So nutrition is nothing but procurement of nutrients and utilization of nutrients, isn't it children? So procurement of nutrients and utilization of nutrients is called as what children? Nutrition. What is meant by procurement? Procurement means intake, taking of nutrients. So what are nutrients children? We have already studied children in the previous video. What are nutrients? So nutrients are carbohydrates, isn't it? So proteins, right? Fats, we can also call as lipids, okay? Vitamins, minerals, water, isn't it? So these all are nutrients, children. Okay, so this carbohydrates, proteins, fats and vitamins, minerals and water, so we get it from the plant as well as animal sources, children. Okay, so these carbohydrates are called as energy giving foods. We have already studied about this one, children. And proteins are called as body building foods, children. And fats are also called as energy giving foods. Vitamins and minerals helps our body in getting this what, children? Immunity. Okay, so these all are what? Nutrients. So these all nutrients are required for our body. For what? For growth and development, and also to repair the cells, children, in our body. Right? So here, can these carbohydrates, proteins and fats, vitamins, minerals and water can directly absorbed by the cells in our body, children? No. Because these carbohydrates, proteins as well as fats, children, they are complex substances. And vitamins, minerals and water, they are simple substances, children. Okay, need not to convert into simple one because they are already simple. Which one? Vitamins, minerals as well as water. But whereas this carbohydrates, proteins as well as fats, children, so they cannot use directly in our body, children. So they have to simplify, children. They have to convert into the simple substances. Then only we can utilize these nutrients, isn't it? So without converting them into a simple substances, children, so we cannot use them. Right? So these carbohydrates, they have to convert into a simple substances, children. So that is nothing but glucose, isn't it? So they have, these carbohydrates must convert into a simple substance, that is glucose. And then what about the proteins? So these proteins should convert into amino acids. Right? And then what about fats? And these fats must convert into fatty acids and glycerol, isn't it? So as we have already discussed that vitamins, minerals are very simple, so need not to digest or need not to convert into simple because they are already they are simple substances only. So how these carbohydrates converts into glucose, how these proteins will convert into amino acids, how these fats will convert into fatty acids, children, and where they are converted, isn't it? So they are converted into the simple substances by digestive glands, children, isn't it? So where these digestive glands are present, so where this food gets what, children, digested and converts into a simple substances, it is in the digestive system, isn't it? So let us see, children, digestive system. So in this digestive system, what happens? These complex substances such as like carbohydrates, proteins and fats will convert into a simple substances such as glucose, amino acids, fatty acids as well as glycerol, children, isn't it? So where they are converted? In the digestive system. In the digestive system, children, digestive system comprises of alimentary canal and digestive glands. So digestive system comprises or contains alimentary canal and digestive system and digestive glands, children. Okay, so we are going to discuss about this digestive glands and digestion, mechanism of digestion in the next video or in the next class. We shall discuss about this alimentary canal, children, in this lesson. What is this alimentary canal? So this digestive system consists of what children are different parts. It is not a simple it is not a simple one. It is a complex. So this is nothing but what children? Alimentary canal. Alimentary canal starts with what children? Mouth, and ends with what children? Anus, isn't it? If in an organism the alimentary canal begins with mouth and ends with what children? Anus, so such type of alimentary canal, or such type of what children? Digestion, we call it as complete digestion, isn't it? Or complete alimentary canal, isn't it? And whereas, such as in the human beings, children, so our digestive tract starts with mouth and ends with anus, so it is complete. And incomplete also will be there. That means what? Such as like a what children? Hydra, as well as what children? What in platyhelminthes children? The opening, there is only one opening children, isn't it? Where food enters through it, and also the undigested food materials will come out through one opening only. That is an incomplete digestive system, isn't it? Incomplete digestion. Okay, so here the thing is children, before going to study about this digestion children, we have to understand what terms, that is intracellular digestion or extracellular digestion. So what is this intracellular digestion? So if the digestion occurs in the cell, within the cell, isn't it? So if the digestion occurs within the cell, it is called as intracellular digestion. Then what is extracellular digestion? So this extracellular digestion means, so it occurs in the cavity. It occurs in the what children? Cavity. So the body in highly what animals, their body is having a cavity children, in which digestive enzymes are also present in that. Due to the action of digestive enzymes children, food gets digested, isn't it? So this is called as extracellular digestion. It occurs in the cavity, not in the cells. Outside the cell the digestion occurs, but intracellular digestion means what children? Digestion occurs within the cell, isn't it? So we are discussing about the human digestive system. So human digestive system comes under intracellular digestion or extracellular digestion? It comes under a extracellular digestion children, isn't it? So our alimentary canal, human beings alimentary canal children, so it begins with what children? Mouth. So mouth is a slit like opening children. This is mouth, which is bounded by upper lip as well as lower lip children. Okay, so this mouth opens into a cavity called as buccal cavity, or we can call it as oral cavity also. So this is what children? Here, let me write it here, buccal cavity, or we can also call it as oral cavity, isn't it? So if you observe what are the structures which are present in this buccal cavity children, there are two structures which are seen in the buccal cavity. So what is that? First one is what children? Tongue. First one is what children? Tongue. And second one is what children? Teeth, isn't it? So in the buccal cavity children, in the buccal cavity, so what is seen? So there are two structures seen in this one. One is tongue and another one is what children? Teeth. So if you observe this tongue children, so tongue is a muscular organ. It is a muscular organ. So what is the use of this tongue? So tongue helps in mastigation. Mastigation. Okay. Mastigation means what children? Chewing the food. It also helps for children? For speaking also. it also helps for speaking. So if I am able to speak, you are able to speak with the help of what, children? Tongue as well as teeth only we can speak, children. If they are not present, so we will be unable to speak things, children, isn't it? So here tongue is a muscular organ, so it helps in mastication, speaking. Also this tongue have a papillae on its what, children? On its surface, isn't it? So papillae means a raised structures are seen on the tongue, children, and inside that papillae, children, they have a taste buds. So these taste buds are useful for what? In order to recognize the taste, children, isn't it? So if you observe this structure of this what, children? Tongue. This is a tongue, you see they have a papillae, isn't it? A raised structures called as what, children? Papillae. Okay, so we call it as papillae, and inside this papillae, children, we have a taste buds. So these taste buds are useful for what, children? Recognizing the taste, isn't it? If you observe this what, children, so at the tip of this what, tongue, we can recognize sweetness, children, sweetness taste. Just above the sides or the margin of this one, children, say that it is here, so we can recognize salt taste, children. Here also a salt. And just above the margins of this one, so we recognize a sour taste. At the back here, bitter taste, children. So bitter taste can be recognized at the back of the what, children? Tongue, isn't it? So this is about the what, children? Taste buds as well as the different areas where we see a different types of what, children? Taste, isn't it? And next come to what, children? The next one is the next structure in the buccal cavity is what, children? Teeth. Okay, so this teeth, these are teeth, children. Okay, so these teeth in the human beings are what? Thecodont. Thecodont. So what is meant by thecodont, children? If teeth are present in the sockets, so we call it as a thecodont, children, isn't it? And in human beings, teeth are thecodont, isn't it? And heterodont teeth. Heterodont teeth. So what is this heterodont? Heterodont teeth means in human beings, children, heterodont teeth are seen. That means what? So there are what, children? Different types of what, children? Teeth, isn't it? And their function also. The shape of the teeth are different and the functioning of the teeth are also different, isn't it? If any organism, if their teeth, their structure is different and their functioning is different, then such type of teeth we call it as what, children? Heterodont teeth, isn't it? In human beings, heterodont teeth are seen. There are 4 types of what, children? Teeth generally seen in our mouth, children, isn't it? So before that, let me tell about one more thing also, that is homodont teeth, children. Homodont teeth. So what is this homodont? Homo means what, children? Same. In some of the organisms, for example like shark, children, the teeth are of same shape, size, and the function of all the teeth are what, children? Same. So such type of teeth we call it as what, children? Homodont teeth, isn't it? The size of the teeth are same, the shape of the teeth are same, as well as the function of the teeth are also same. So that's why such type of condition we call it as what? Homodont teeth. Then what about this heterodont teeth? So the size of the shape, the size of the teeth different, the shape of the teeth different, and the function of the teeth are also different, children. Such condition we call it as what? Heterodont teeth. Is it clear? Right. So heterodont teeth, children. If we see what, children? The teeth in the lifespan of the human beings, children, we have 2 sets of teeth, isn't it? So what is that? So when we are infants, isn't it? So after 6 months of time, children, so slowly in our what, children? Mouth we appears to be a small teeth, children. Those teeth we call it as baby teeth, and those teeth are temporary teeth, children, because they fall after 8 to 10 years of age, and in the place of that what temporary teeth, children, so the permanent teeth will be arises in that what, children, place, isn't it? So such condition where an organism is having a two set of what, children, teeth, successive sets of what teeth in the lifespan, we call it as diphyodont. So what is this diphyodont, children? Those two sets of teeth are seen where? In the lifespan of what, children? In the human beings, in the lifespan of what, children, man, two sets of what teeth are seen. So what is the first set of teeth? It is called as what? Baby teeth, or we can call it as what, children? Milk teeth also, isn't it? Milk teeth, or we can call it as deciduous for deciduous teeth also, deciduous teeth, or we can also call it as temporary teeth, isn't it, children? And their number is 20, isn't it? But whereas after 8 to 10 years of time age, children, so what happens is this temporary teeth will be what, children, fall off, and in the place of temporary teeth, so permanent teeth will come, isn't it? So their number is what, children? 32, isn't it? 32. 16 in the upper jaw and 16 in the lower jaw, isn't it? If we see the dental formula of the what, children, human beings, it is 2 1 2 3 by 2 1 2 3, isn't it? So what is this, isn't it? So this is 2 1 2 3. This is when you observe this one, children, so when you add this one, so 2 plus 1 3, 3 plus 2 5, 5 plus 3 8, isn't it? 8 and 8. So that means what, actually we said that how many teeth, children? 32, but here 8. That means what, in a jaw at the middle of the, we will take the criteria from the half of the jaw only, isn't it? Half of the jaw, that means what, 8, and the rest other half 8. So totally 16 in the upper jaw and 16 in the lower jaw, children, isn't it? So as we have already discussed about the human beings teeth, children, that is heterodont teeth, children, there are 4 different types of teeth, isn't it? So what are they? So here first one is what, children? 2 pairs of incisors, isn't it? Incisors. This is what, children? Incisors. I am writing in a very simple form. Incisors, 2 pairs of incisors, okay? And here there are 2 pairs of incisors, children. It is of chisel shape, okay? So I will write it here. Incisors, okay? It is of chisel shape, children, okay? It helps in cutting the food. And next, second one, children, 2 pairs, that is canines, children. It is of dagger shape, which helps in tearing the food materials, isn't it? So again, next one is what, children? Canines. It is of dagger shape and it is useful for tearing the food, okay? So in this this incisors, children, in herbivorous animals, these incisors are very well developed, because it helps in cutting the what, children? Grass, right? And then what about the canines? Canines, children, in carnivorous animals, children, these canines are very well developed. So that's why when you observe the tiger or a dog or cat, dog, children, you can see the canines are projected outside, very sharp, children, because they are flesh eating animals. They need to tear the flesh of the prey. That's why, so they will be tearing the what, children? Food, right? And what about the another one? 2 pairs of premolars and 3 pairs of what, children? Molars. So this we have premolars as well as molars, and these are useful for grinding the food, children, isn't it? Grinding the food, okay? And here see this structure, children. This is a salivary glands, children. Salivary glands. So we are not going to discuss about this one, because salivary glands secretes what, children? Certain enzymes isn't it? Three pairs of salivary glands are present in a different areas in the buccal cavity, children. So we will discuss about this what children, salivary glands, its secretion, its uses, everything in the next what video. Okay, so this is what children, a salivary glands, and this buccal cavity opens into a common opening, common passage of air as well as food, children, that is called as pharynx. So this is pharynx, children. This is pharynx. This is pharynx, children. Okay, pharynx leads into a pipe-like structure, children. So this is called as esophagus. It is called as what, children? Esophagus, children, isn't it? So this esophagus, children, okay, it is a pipe-like structure. The length of this esophagus is generally 22 to 25 centimeters in human beings, right? So when we eat food materials, children, so the saliva which is secreted from the salivary gland, children, and with the help of what, children, the tongue as well as what, teeth, the food which we eat, so it will be what, made into a simple simple means what, simple pieces, into small pieces, and because of the mixing of what, children, saliva, it becomes soft, children, and it will become like a ball. It is called as bolus, isn't it? Solid part. So that bolus, so it will what, children, enters, it will passes through the esophagus, children, isn't it? So inner lining of this what, children, esophagus consists of mucous membrane, isn't it? So why this mucus is seen inside this water esophagus? Because this mucus acts like a what, lubricant, isn't it? And if you observe the structure of this what, children, esophagus will have circular as well as longitudinal what, children, cells. You will study about this one in the higher classes. Okay, so circular and what, longitudinal cells. Why? Because they are helpful for the what, children, circular cells, which helps for contraction, and when it is gets contracted, the bolus will be pushed. This is circular, you think, the bolus will be pushed with the help of longitudinal, and again it reaches here. So here contraction as well as relaxation of this esophagus, children, it looks like a wave like what, children, motion. Okay, that motion we call it as a peristalsis motion, isn't it? So wave like, children, peristalsis motion, this is very, very important. Peristalsis motion, wave like motion is seen in the esophagus, that is what, peristalsis motion, right? So the food enters into the what, children, finally into the stomach. Okay, so if you divide the stomach, children, divide the stomach into the regions, we can see that three regions, children. Okay, actually, so here you see, children, here this is called diaphragm. It is a dome shaped structure which separates the chest cavity as well as abdominal cavity. This is called as diaphragm. Okay, I'll write it, diaphragm. Okay, so it is a dome like structure. The use of this diaphragm, we will see it in the respiratory system, because it plays a key role in the process of respiration, isn't it? So here this esophagus will run through the diaphragm, and the food enters from the what, enters into the what, food, children, into the stomach. So this stomach will have a three regions. So this region we call it as a cardiac stomach or cardiac region, and this is called as fundic region, and this is called as what, children, where, yeah, here we call it as pyloric region. So these three together, children, so we call it as stomach, right? So in the stomach, children, the inner lining of the stomach also consists of mucous membrane, children, because it prevents because it secretes a concentrated acid. It is called as what, hydrochloric acid. Okay, so if this mucus lining is absent in this what children's stomach, so it will collide with this what inner cells, it will damage the inner cells, and that leads to the ulcers children. So in order to prevent that, so our digestive system, how it is children, so inner lining of this what stomach also consists of what mucus lining children, isn't it? So it also secretes certain enzymes children, so that we will discuss in the later, right? So here the stomach, okay, the food will remain here for 3 hours children. It gets very simple children because of the digestive enzymes, so which is present here. So it will churn the food, I mean the stomach, in the stomach the food will be what churned by the contractions as well as relaxations of this what children stomach. Okay, it becomes what very slimy children, okay, very liquid type children, okay, semi-liquid, so we call it as chyme. We will discuss it, that one. Okay, so this, from this what children stomach, okay, the food enters into the what small intestine, isn't it children? It enters into the small intestine children with a sphincter called as pyloric sphincter. There is a sphincter here, so it is called as pyloric sphincter. Okay, so this pyloric sphincter children, so through that pyloric sphincter it will close and will open. Only a very little amount of what children chyme will enters into the small intestine with the help of pyloric sphincter, right? And here there are certain other what children organs are also seen. You can see this one, largest organ, I mean this is liver. Liver produces what children? Bile, and bile don't have any enzymes at all, so the bile juice is stored here in the gallbladder. This is called as gallbladder children, okay, right? And this is what children? Cystic duct. This is hepatic duct. I'll write it here. This is what children? Cystic duct, and this is hepatic duct children, and this is common duct, and this one is pancreas. So here this common hepatic duct children, bile duct as well as pancreatic duct opens into the first part of the small intestine. It is called as duodenum. So this is what children? Duodenum. I am writing here duodenum, isn't it? So small intestine. So small intestine children, so it has 3 parts. So what is the first one? First one is a duodenum, isn't it? So here the bile juice as well as pancreatic juice will opens into this what children? Duodenum, right? We will discuss about what contains this, what enzymes are present in this one. Okay, so this one is what children? Duodenum. Okay, and the second part of the small intestine we call it as jejunum. Jejunum children. And third part, this one, jejunum, and third part of the small intestine, it is called as ileum. Okay, ileum, isn't it? It is ileum children. Okay, so this ileum, this is a small intestine. It is a very long children, near about 6.5 meters what length this small intestine is seen children. So small intestine, it doesn't mean that it is very small children. It is the lumen of the intestine is very small. The diameter of this one is very small. That's why it is called as small intestine. Okay, so this small intestine opens into what children? Into the large intestine. So this is large intestine, you see. So this is a large intestine children, and this large intestine also, okay, consists of 3 parts children. Okay, the first one is cecum. This is cecum. Cecum, I'll write it here, large intestine consists of cecum, isn't it? So this cecum, it is a vestigial organ. It is a waste organ, isn't it? So waste organ in human beings. Why? Because in this cecum, children, there are several microorganisms are present actually in the human beings. So here they are absent, but in the herbivores, children, so in herbivores cecum is very much helpful for the herbivores, because they will digest the cellulose, because herbivores animal eat grass, and grass consists of complex, what children, carbohydrate, that is cellulose, and it is very difficult to digest the cellulose. In herbivores, the cecum, in the cecum, children, there are several microorganisms which helps in digestion of what children, cellulose. Okay, but in human beings, so it is of vestigial organ, children, because there are no microorganisms seen here, there is no cellulose digestion, because we don't take grass, children, isn't it? And there is this cecum, children, there is a projection outside like this. This is called as vermiform appendix. We can also call it as appendix, right? So this is what children, appendix. This is also a vestigial organ, children, but in children, especially in children, the appendix will be enlarged, and we need to, what children, surgically we can remove this, what children, this appendix part, children, because it is of vestigial, it is of no use at all in the human beings. So the first part of this large intestine is what children, cecum, right? This cecum. And the second part is what children, colon. This is what children, colon. You can see the several folds here, children. Okay, this colon is also consists of what children, three regions. This is called as ascending colon, this is called as transverse colon, and this one is called as descending colon, children. Okay, so this is called as ascending one, ascending colon, and this is transverse colon, transverse colon, and this is what, descending colon, descending colon. So here most of the what food particles get digested and absorbed here in the what children, small intestine only, isn't it? We forgot to say one thing, children. In the small intestine, the inner lining of the small intestine consists of what children, what finger like projections called as villi or villi, isn't it? So these are called as villi. Okay, and they, inside this villi, children, there are what, blood capillaries are also seen inside, because when the food gets digested, children, so blood will absorb the digested food particles and it will supply to the cells. Okay, and this villi also consists of very fine hair like structures called as microvilli, microvilli, children, isn't it? So most of the food gets digested in the small intestine and it gets absorbed with the help of what children, villi. But here in the large intestine, children, there are no digestive enzymes, there is no digestion seen here, but only water will be absorbed in the large intestine, children. Okay, and here the undigested food particles, isn't it, with the help of paralysis, paralystic movements, children, the bowel will be moving in the intestine, whole alimentary canal, and the undigested food, children, it will reach to another part, children. This is called as rectum. The third part of the large intestine is rectum. So this is rectum, and here undigested food materials will be temporarily stored, children, isn't it? And temporarily stored, and when this bag or sac-like structure, that is rectum, is completely filled with a stool or a fecal matter, children, or undigested food material, so it will be expelled outside through anus. This is what, anus, right? So our alimentary canal begins with what children, mouth, and ends with anus. So this is complete alimentary canal, children, isn't it? Okay, so this is about what this is only about what, children? Alimentary canal, isn't it? So mouth, buccal cavity, how the passage, let us see the passage of what, children? Food in the alimentary canal. So here mouth, from that buccal cavity and common passage pharynx, through pharynx from the pharynx bolus enters into the what, children? Esophagus with the help of peristaltic movements. Then the food from the esophagus, this is called food pipe also. Esophagus is also called as food pipe. So it enters into the stomach, it remains there for temporary for 3 hours of time, and the food gets what, children? Digested and simplified because of the gastric juices here. And spinoric sphincter, and it enters into the small intestine. Small intestine have 3 parts, children. First one is what? Duodenum. Second one is what, children? Here jejunum. And third longest part of the small intestine, that is ileum, children. So most of the food gets digested here in the ileum itself. Okay, the length of the ileum, so if we see, it is of 6.5 meters, children. Okay, and if you see the whole length of this what, alimentary canal, it will be around 9 meters of length, children. Okay, and here third part, that is ileum. Ileum opens into a large intestine. The first part of this large intestine is a cecum. Cecum is a vestigial organ, and they have a small projection to this cecum. It is called as appendix. It is also vestigial. It can be removed by a surgery, children, when it enlarges. It causes lot of abdominal pain, children. Usually we see in the children. Okay, and this cecum, and another part, next part of the large intestine, that is what? Colon. Colon is what? Ascending colon, transverse colon, descending colon, children. And this descending colon opens into another structure, sac-like structure, that is called as rectum. And this rectum is temporarily undigested food materials are stored here, and when the sac gets filled, children, it is exposed, expelled outside through the anus. So this is about what, children? Alimentary canal. So that's all for today, children. So we will study about digestive glands, children, and mechanism of digestion in the human beings in the next video, children. Okay, so that's all for today. So I hope you have understood this class, children. So if you really enjoyed my class, so please subscribe to my channel, and if you feel that it is needy, so please share it to your friends also. That's all for today. Thank you very much. Hi, children. In the previous video, so we have studied about what is meant by nutrition, what are nutrients, and what is human digestive system, what it comprises of. We have studied about the alimentary canal and the different parts in the alimentary canal, children. In this video, so we are going to study about the digestive glands and the mechanism of what, children? Digestion in human beings, isn't it? So we have already studied, children, that carbohydrates, proteins, as well as fats, they are the complex substances, children. So these complex substances, they need to what? Converted into a simple substances, children, isn't it? So that is called as what, children? Digestion, isn't it? So digestion is nothing but what, children? Digestion is nothing but what? Conversion of complex food materials or complex food into simple food, materials, children, isn't it? So here, how these complex substances or how this complex food will become convert into a simple food, children, by the action of digestive enzymes, children, isn't it? So is it enough, children, that conversion of complex food into a simple food substances, that's enough in the human digestive system? No. So these simple food food should utilize and assimilate in our body, children, isn't it? So we are going to see those all steps which include in the process of digestion, children, isn't it? So here, so digestion is nothing but what, children? Conversion of complex food into a simple food, utilization of those simple food, children, and assimilation of the food materials, children, isn't it? So we have studied already the parts in this alimentary canal, children. In man, alimentary canal begins with what, children? Mouth, and ends with what, children? Anus, isn't it? So because of the action of digestive enzymes, children, the food which is complex, so it will convert into a simple substances, isn't it? So we are going to study today about this digestive glands, children, isn't it? So here, first part in this alimentary canal, this is mouth, children, as we have already studied in the previous video, that mouth is a slit like opening, children, which is bounded by a upper lips as well as lower lips, and this mouth opens into a cavity. We call it as what, children? Buccal cavity. See this one, this is buccal cavity. So buccal cavity, or we can also call as oral cavity also, oral cavity, right? And here inside this buccal cavity we see two structures. One is tongue, as another one is teeth, right, children? So this is tongue, this is tongue, and inside the buccal cavity, children, okay, so we see salivary glands, right? So this salivary glands, children, so we are studying about the digestive glands. In that, children, the first thing we are going to study about salivary glands. So these salivary glands, so here, so these, there are three pairs of salivary glands, children. So this is a salivary glands, children. Okay, so these salivary glands are exocrine in nature, isn't it? So exocrine means what, children? Actually, glands are the special organs which are present in our body. They secrete certain substances, children, of what function, of peculiar function, children, isn't it? So glands are of actually two types. So we see what, children? So let me write it here. So glands are of two types. One is what? Exocrine glands and endocrine glands. Endocrine glands. So exocrine glands means what, children? So these exocrine glands are also called as duct glands. Duct glands. And these endocrine glands, they are called as ductless glands. Ductless glands, children. I hope you are able to see now. Yeah. So here, these exocrine glands secrete enzymes. They secrete what, children? Enzymes. Whereas these endocrine glands secrete hormones. Okay, so glands are of what, children? Two types in our body. So glands, two types of glands are seen. So exocrine glands are what, children? Duct glands, isn't it? So this ducts, this exocrine glands secrete what? Enzymes. Okay, and endocrine glands are called as ductless glands, children. The secretion of these endocrine glands are called as hormones. Okay, we are going to study about this endocrine system in chemical coordination chapter, children, isn't it? So here exocrine glands, we are going to study about this exocrine glands because exocrine glands secrete what, children? Enzymes. Okay, so this digestive enzymes, it secretes what? Digestive enzymes. So here salivary glands, children, are also exocrine in function. They are exocrine in function, isn't it? So as we were talking about the salivary glands, children, there are three pairs of salivary glands. Okay, the first one is submaxillary. Okay, and the second one is what, children? Second one is sublingual, and third one is parotid glands. So there are three pairs of salivary glands seen in the buccal cavity, children. First one is submaxillary. We can also call as submandibular. We can also call as submandibular gland. So this submaxillary gland, which is seen just below or just side of the lower jaw, isn't it, children? So side of lower jaw, it is seen at the side of lower jaw, children. Its location is just near the lower jaw, side of the lower jaw. But where has this sublingual gland, children, which is seen under the tongue, isn't it? So just it is seen just under the tongue, Then what about this third one, parotid gland, children? This is third one. So what about this parotid gland? So this is seen just near ear. Right. So here salivary glands are three pairs, children. So first one is submaxillary, or we can also call it as submandibular, so which is located just side of the lower jaw, children. And the second one is sublingual, okay, it is under the tongue. And third one is what? Parotid gland, children. It is seen near the ear. So what does this salivary gland secretes? So salivary gland secretes, children. So it secretes saliva. It secretes what? Saliva. So what does this saliva consist? So this saliva consists of what, children? An enzyme called as ptyalin. Okay, so commonly we call it as what, children? Ptyalin, or another name of this ptyalin is salivary amylase. Salivary amylase. I wanted to tell you one thing, children. If ASE is in the suffix, children, then it is an enzyme. Amylase, this is what, children. So by this only we can understand, if in the suffix ASE is seen, then it is an enzyme. Got it? So salivary amylase, or commonly we call it as what, children? Ptyalin. So this, what is the action of this ptyalin? So it is secreted in the what, children? Secreted by the salivary gland, and it is seen in the saliva, children. It will digest, okay, it will digest the carbohydrates. It will digest carbohydrates and converts carbohydrates into maltose sugars. And this is maltose sugars is disaccharide, children. Disaccharide. Saccharide means what? Sugar. Disaccharide means what? Two sugar. That means what? A sugar with what, children? Two molecules, right? So it is not a simple one. It consists of what? Two molecules of what? Sugar. Got it? So, and this maltose sugar, again it has to convert into a simple, that is what, children? Glucose. In the previous video we have seen already that carbohydrates are complex, they need to convert into a simple one, that is what? Glucose. But here in the buccal cavity, children, because of action of this ptyalin enzyme, carbohydrates are converted into a disaccharide, that is what? Maltose sugar, children. So further it needs what, children? Digestion, okay, till it forms into a glucose molecule. Got it? So here actually, so you will study this one in the higher classes, children. What is that? So monosaccharide. Monosaccharide means what? Only one sugar, that is glucose. It is a simple one, simple form of what, children? Carbohydrate. Got it? And disaccharides means like maltose sugars, sucrose, isn't it? Sucrose, fructose, lactose. So these are all the disaccharides. Got it? Oligosaccharides will be there. Usually it is a combination of what? 3 to 6 molecules, children. And polysaccharides also will be there, that is more than 6 to more than thousands of what, children? Sugar molecules together. That is called as polysaccharides. Okay, so these carbohydrates, these starch particles, they are polysaccharides. So they are very complex. So what is happening in our what, children, body, in our digestion means, so these polysaccharides, they need to convert into a simple ones, children. So that's what happened in the buccal cavity, children, isn't it? So here the carbohydrates are partially got digested. So these carbohydrates have converted into a what, children? Maltose sugar. That is, this is disaccharide, and this must what, children? Convert into a simple sugar. But this what only happens in the buccal cavity, children, isn't it? And next, another thing is also seen in the what, children? Saliva, children. That is another enzyme called as lysozyme. Lysozyme enzyme. So what is this action? What is the function of this lysozyme? So this lysozyme, children, helps to kill microbes, which when we take food, children, so along with the food or along with the water, children, so there will be certain microorganisms, isn't it? So they are very harmful. Got it? And that microbes will be killed because of what? Lysozyme enzyme, children. So this lysozyme enzyme, it is in the saliva, children. Okay, so it is seen in the saliva, and this saliva, it is slightly acidic in nature. Slightly acidic in nature, children, around 6.8 pH. Near about pH of this saliva is 6.8, children. Got it? So here, this is about saliva. Saliva is secreted by salivary glands, and its saliva consists of what? Ptyalin, and ptyalin will convert the carbohydrates into a disaccharides, that is maltose sugar. And second one is, children, lysozyme. So it helps in killing the microorganisms which enter through our food, children. Okay, and what is the another function? So the another function of this what, children? Saliva is, so it helps in mixing the food, masticating, isn't it? Or we can call it as mastigation. So in our buccal cavity, children, so when we take the food particles, those food particles are split up into what, are cut into a small pieces with the help of teeth and tongue, children, isn't it? So these what small pieces of food materials are what, children? Thoroughly mixed with the saliva, and which forms into a solid like, children, a ball like, we call it as a bolus. Got it? So that bolus, it is pushed, when we swallow it, children, so it enters into the, from the buccal cavity, so it reaches to the pharynx. Pharynx is a common what, opening for air as well as what, children? Food. We will study about this pharynx in respiratory system, children. So when we swallow that, so through this pharynx, the bolus enters into the esophagus. It enters into the what, children? Esophagus. And in this esophagus, there is no digestive enzymes here. So why? Because here the food will not remain in the esophagus. So when the food enters into the esophagus, children, so what happens is, due to the peristaltic what movements, wave-like movements, children, in this, because of the contraction of what this esophagus, when the bolus enters into it, children, so that wave-like motion or wave-like movement of food particles, we call it as a peristalsis. Because of this peristalsis movement, children, so food particles will not remain in the esophagus. Got it? So it enters into the stomach, and the inner lining of this what, children? Esophagus consists of mucous membrane, and this mucous membrane helps in lubricating this what, children? Food particles, easy passage of what, bolus into the stomach. Got it. So here the bolus reaches to the stomach, children, and yesterday we have seen the different parts of what regions in the stomach, cardiac and fundic and as well as pyloric stomach, children, isn't it? So here when the food enters into this stomach, so digestive glands, I mean gastric glands gets activated. The glands gets activated and secretes gastric juice, children. Okay. So here when the bolus enters into the food enters into the stomach, okay, so we see gastric glands get activated, isn't it, and secretes gastric juice. It secretes what? Gastric juice, isn't it? So what does this gastric juice contains? So this gastric juice contains, children, hydrochloric acid, concentrated hydrochloric acid. Got it? So you may get a doubt, children. So in chemistry, you might have studied, your chemistry teacher might have said that hydrochloric acid is a powerful acid. So when this acid secretes in the stomach, children, so will it damage the inner lining of this stomach or what? No, it cannot. What, children? Damage the inner lining of the stomach, because the inner lining of the children, this stomach consists of mucus which will not allow to direct contact with the acid. Okay, so that's why there will be no rupture in the lining of stomach, children. Okay, and another children, enzyme is produced by the gastric glands, children. So gastric juice contains hydrochloric acid and as well as sorry, children, hydrochloric acid as well as pepsinogen. So this pepsinogen we can also call as propepsin. And there is another enzyme also, children, we call it as a renin. Okay, so gastric juice produces two types of enzymes, children, that is pepsinogen and renin. Along with that, hydrochloric acid is also produced, concentrated hydrochloric is also produced. So because of this production of this hydrochloric acid, children, the food which is present in the stomach, it becomes acidic in nature. So in the stomach, children, in the stomach, what happens? The food will be in acidic nature. Okay, and because of the presence of this hydrochloric acid, children, actually this pepsinogen or propepsin and actually this renin, not prorenin. So these prorenin as well as propepsin, they are inactive, children. They are inactive secretions of gastric glands or gastric glands. So when they get active, so they get activated when it mixes with the hydrochloric acid. Okay, so this pepsinogen with the action of hydrochloric acid, it becomes into a pepsin. In the same way, prorenin, in the presence of hydrochloric acid, children, we get it renin, children. So how it helps in these two, pepsin as well as renin, how it helps in the digestion? So this pepsin, children, it acts on proteins and converts into peptones. And what about this renin? This renin, it is seen in the infants, children. So this is acts on a milk protein. See, when small children drink milk, and sometimes they vomit, isn't it? So when they vomit, the milk will not come. Instead, a coagulation of milk, like curdling. So we see that. So that is due to what, children? Because of the enzyme, that is what? Renin. Renin is what, children? Milk protein. It coagulates and then it converts into a what? Peptones. Got it, children? So here, what is the use of this hydrochloric acid? Hydrochloric acid is converting the inactive pepsinogen and inactive enzyme, that is prorenin, into what? Pepsin as well as renin. So this pepsin as well as renin are acting on proteins. They digest the proteins and converts into what, children? Peptones. Okay, so peptones, already we have seen in the previous video, children, what proteins are the complex substances. The simple form of the proteins are what? Amino acids. So one amino acid and another amino acid are combined with a peptide bond, children, isn't it? So these all you will learn in the higher classes. Okay, so this is more than enough, children, here. So inactive pepsinogen will convert into pepsin in the presence of what? Hydrochloric acid, and this pepsin will digest the proteins into peptones, and renin is also seen. So renin enzyme is not given in your books, children. This is an extra knowledge. So renin, it acts on a milk protein and converts into a peptones. So that's what we have we see here, children. So when the solid food bolus enters into the stomach, okay, so because of the action of gastric glands, gastric juice, that is hydrochloric acid, and the churning movements in this what, children? Food part, churning movements by the stomach, the food becomes very what, children? Liquid, semi-liquid. So we call this as chyme, children. Okay, so we call this food as a chyme, semi-liquid, children. Okay, so liquid. Got it? So this is in the acidic form. So here slightly acidic in the buccal cavity, children, because of what? Saliva. And here in the gastric, in the stomach, the chyme is in the what? Which form? Acidic form. Okay, so this is what, children? Esophagus. We forgot to write this one. Esophagus. And this is what, children? Stomach. This is stomach. Okay, so stomach leads to what, children? A small intestine. So small intestine consists of three parts. We have studied already. So what is that first one? The first part is what, children? Duodenum, right? And the second part is what? Jejunum. And third part is what? Ileum, isn't it? So ileum opens into a large intestine. So what happens here? So here the food got digested or not in the stomach? Yes. So proteins got digested here, children, isn't it? So you may get a doubt now. So what about an amylase enzyme? So once this what amylase enzyme, the bolus consists of amylase also, na? So when it enters into this what stomach, it becomes inactive after some time, children. So there is no digestion of carbohydrates and fats in the stomach. There is only digestion of what? Proteins only, isn't it? So proteins will convert into a peptones. Got it? And now the food, this kind, what I said is the semi-liquid food. Semi-liquid food, we are calling it as a chyme. With the help of what? Here there will be a sphincter called as pyloric sphincter. Pyloric sphincter. With the help of this sphincter, children, a little amount of what chyme every time enters into the what, children? Small intestine. The first part of the small intestine, this one is duodenum. So you may get a doubt now here. So all at once, whatever the chyme is seen in this what stomach, if it enters into the small intestine, what happens? Then the digestion may not be effective here. Only a small amounts of what, children, here chyme is what poured into the small intestine, that is into the duodenum. So the ones slowly it will what digest, isn't it? So what happens in the duodenum? Got it? So in the duodenum, children, so the pancreatic juice as well as bile juice opens into the duodenum, the first part of the small intestine, that is what children, duodenum. So let us see these parts children. So this is, it is looking like a leaf, isn't it? So this one is pancreas, and this one which is seen just opposite of this, what children, stomach, right side in the abdomen, this is one is liver. Okay, so liver is made up of hepatic cells. I'll write it here. Next one is what children? Liver. So liver is made up of hepatic cells. So this hepatic cells children, hepatic cells produce bile juice, and this bile juice is stored in the gallbladder. In the gallbladder. So through these gallbladder children, okay, so here let me see, this is a gallbladder. Gallbladder children, okay. So a duct which arises from this one children, so we call this one as a cystic duct. Cystic duct children. So there are several what children, ducts children, they are called as hepatic ducts. Hepatic ducts, isn't it? So these ducts opens into this one cystic duct, and collectively commonly we call it as a bile duct. Okay, and even the pancreatic duct, this one is pancreatic duct children, this is pancreas and this one is pancreatic duct. Got it? So this pancreatic duct as well as bile duct opens into the duodenum, isn't it? So what are the secretions, or what is seen in this bile juice and pancreatic juice? First we shall see about the bile juice children, isn't it? So this bile juice bile juice children, very important thing, bile juice have no digestive enzymes. There is no digestive enzymes in this bile juice children. So bile juice consists of two things children, that is bile pigments and bile salts. It consists of what? Bile pigments as well as bile salts. So what is the function of this bile pigments and bile salts? So these bile pigments will give a color to the fecal matter, to the stool, and even it gives a color to the urine also children. Okay, so bile pigments are used to give the color, and next these bile salts are used for the emulsification of fats. Got it? So what is the function of these bile salts? They do not, what children, digest this one, but the emulsification of the fats is seen. That means what? The complex what fat globules will be split up children, isn't it? So that is done because of what? Bile salts children. Okay, emulsification of fats. Got it? Very, very important children. Okay, what is that? Bile juice. Bile juice is secreted by the liver children, and this bile juice have no digestive enzymes. So it consists of bile pigments and bile salts. Bile salts help in emulsification of what? Fats. Okay, and pancreas is also there now, isn't it? So this pancreatic pancreas also secretes pancreatic juice, and this pancreatic juice, with the help of pancreatic duct, it opens into the what? Duodenum. Okay, so pancreas, let us see pancreas children, and this pancreas will produces pancreatic juice. Actually, this pancreas is exocrine in function as well as endocrine in function, children, both. So we have already studied in the beginning of the lesson, we have studied, children, isn't it? So what is that exocrine gland and endocrine? Exocrine gland means what? Duct glands. So all the digestive glands are exocrine glands, and endocrine glands mean ductless glands, children. So they secrete hormones. Exocrine glands will secrete enzymes. Okay, all the digestive what enzymes comes under this one only, isn't it? So here this pancreas, children, they produce, its function is exocrine in function and endocrine in function. Okay, so the endocrine function, we will see it in the coordination, chemical coordination lesson, children. So I wanted to tell one thing here. So islets of Langerhans, children, that is the cells in the pancreas, it secretes an hormone called as insulin. So this insulin, what is the use of this insulin is, insulin will convert the excess of sugar into glycogen and store in the liver. So whenever our body needs children, sugar, so this glycogen again converted into a sugar and it used up by the body. So the pancreas will secrete children, a hormone called as insulin. I am not writing here because we will discuss in the chemical coordination lesson, children, isn't it? So insulin. So if insulin hormone is not secreted in our body, what happens? What happens, children? The excess of sugar cannot be converted into the glycogen. If it is not converted into the glycogen, what happens? So this excess of sugar will be eliminated outside of our body through urine. So if excess of sugar is eliminated from our body, what happens? So we becomes children, fatigue, right? So we will be unable to do the work, children. So there will be a lot of fatigue, children, isn't it? So that condition we call it as a diabetes. That's why diabetes patients, what they do, so they take an insulin hormone, children, in a very little quantity, and that will help to convert the excess of sugar in their body into a glycogen and it's stored in the liver. So these all things we will study in the endocrine system, children, here. But here, as we were discussing about the digestive glands which are exocrine in function, so we will see the exocrine part in the pancreas only. So this pancreatic juice, children, consists of an enzyme, children, isn't it? So we see trypsin. Okay, we see trypsin, children, and also pancreatic amylase. Are you able to see, children? Yeah, yes. And next one is what, children? Lipase. What are these one? Isn't it? What are these? So trypsin is an enzyme which is secreted by the pancreas, children. It is seen in the pancreatic juice. And pancreatic amylase. Already we amylase is seen in the buccal cavity in the salivary glands, children, isn't it? This is what? That is salivary amylase, and this one is what, children? Pancreatic amylase. In the salivary amylase, it has digested the carbohydrates and converted the carbohydrates into maltose sugars. So here also pancreatic amylase will convert what else the carbohydrates are remained in the food, children. It also converts into a disaccharide, children, isn't it? So it converts the carbohydrates into maltose sugar. It is a disaccharide. And then what about this trypsin, children? This trypsin will act on proteins and converts into peptones. Got it? And what about this lipase, children? So this lipase will show action on fats and converts into what? Fatty acids and glycerol. So lipase enzyme, so it acts on fats and converts into fatty acids and glycerol here. So here one thing you need to understand, isn't it? So we have seen that fats are the complex substances, and that must convert into what, children? Simple substance, that is fatty acids as well as glycerol. The final product, that is simple product, we got it in the duodenum itself, isn't it, children? Because of the pancreatic juice. Okay, and what about these peptones? Peptones are also what, children? It is not complete simple, children. They are just simplified, and these peptones must convert into amino acids. And these maltose sugars are also a disaccharide, so they need to what, still undergo what, digestion and convert into a simple sugars. Okay, so there is something, there are few other what, children, digestion, some other digestion remaining. Okay, so whatever the digested food particles are, then see, for example, that fatty acids are already got, children, here in the duodenum, so it has to be observed. So in the small intestine, children, yesterday we have discussed, isn't it, the inner line of the small intestine, it consists of what, finger-like projections, and these finger-like projections we are calling it as what, villi. villi, villi, isn't it? So this villi or villi, it is helps in increasing the surface of the small intestine. Okay, if the more and more surface is there, the more and more what, food particles they can observe. Got it? So here these are the finger-like projections. We see that it is a villi, children. And this villi also have a fine hair-like structures. They are called as what, children? Microvilli. Microvilli or villi, children, isn't it? Actually, in this what, inside this what, villi, children, blood capillaries are seen, children. Okay, so the digested food particles, what else are there? So it is absorbed, or it is absorbed into the blood, and through the blood it reaches to the cells. So here in the intestine, children, in the duodenum, only the fats are got digested. Okay, and next, what about the peptones and maltose sugars? So there is another glands, children. The lining of the intestine consists of glands. They are called as intestinal glands. Okay, so intestinal glands. So I mean to say here, children, let us draw the parts of this one. So this is duodenum, and the second part of the small intestine, it is called as jejunum, and third part, children, we call it as ileum. Okay, ileum, and most of the food gets what, digested in the ileum only. Okay, so what happens here? Yes, I'll write it here. So here, intestinal glands. Intestinal glands. So this intestinal glands, children, produce intestinal juice. Intestinal juice, children. We call this juice as succus entericus. Succus entericus. Okay, so succus entericus. So this intestinal juice will, children, we call it as succus entericus. It's further digest the what, children? Food particles. So what is there to digest? It is there to digest the peptones as well as what, children? Disaccharides, children, isn't it? So let us see that what does it secrete. So it secretes an enzyme, children, peptidases. Peptidases, children, it will show action on peptones and converts into amino acids. Isn't it? In the similar way, already fats got digested, children, here. What's remaining here? Only the sugar. That is not a simple sugar, it is a disaccharide. It has to convert into a simple sugar. So disaccharides are many, not only the maltose, children. So fructose as well as what, children? Fructose. I'll write it here, children. Okay, so fructose, sucrose, maltose. These are the disaccharides, children, isn't it? So here fructase enzyme will digest this fructose, isn't it, and convert into what, children? Glucose. And sucrose is an cane sugar, children. Sucrase is an enzyme which will convert the sucrose into a simple sugar, that is glucose. And maltose is what, children? It is also a disaccharide. So maltase is an enzyme which will digest this maltose into glucose molecules. So finally, because of what, children? Action of these what enzymes, fructase, sucrase, maltase, children, so they will convert into what? Glucose. So all the food which we have taken, children, so finally it has converted into a simple substances. Fats have converted into what, children? Fatty acids and glycerol. We have seen in the duodenum. And here, because of peptidases, peptones are converted into amino acids, that is the simplest form of the proteins. And here, this what, children? Are disaccharides such as like fructose, sucrose, maltose. So they also converted into a simple sugar, that is what, children? Glucose. So all these digested food particles, that means simple particles, children, so will be absorbed in the what, children? With the help of villi, in the small intestine, children. Got it? And what happens here? So here that food enters into the large intestine. So we have seen in the yesterday's video that large intestine also consists of three parts, children. First is cecum, second is colon, and third one is what, children? Rectum. Okay. So here cecum is a vestigial organ, children, because yesterday we have discussed it consists of what, it does not have any microorganisms in the human beings. In herbivores animals, children, so where the herbivores will take the what, children? Grass. They eat grass. Grass consists of cellulose, and this cellulose they need to get digested, and this digestion is seen with the help of microorganisms which are present in the cecum. So cecum helps in digesting the cellulose, but whereas in the human beings, children, so we don't eat grass, so we don't need not to worry about the cellulose, children, here, because we don't take much, isn't it? So here it is vestigial organ in the human being. And when this what, children? Food enters into here, I mean undigested food, every digested particle will be observed in the what, intestine, and undigested food particles, children, such as like roughages, children, okay, so that enters into the large intestine. Okay, so this is what, cecum, and this one is colon, children. I'll write it here. So colon also three. This is an ascending colon, transverse colon, descending colon, and this colon opens into rectum. And rectum is a sac-like structure, children, so where the fecal matter is temporarily stored. Okay, so and here temporarily stored, and it, when the urge of what, children? Expelling this fecal matter, children, it is guarded or it is controlled by the sphincter called as anal sphincter, isn't it? So here we have an anal sphincter. Okay, so this sphincter will what, help what, children? To expel the what, undigested food materials, children. So undigested food materials will be expelled outside through this anus, isn't it? So in this way, children, so mechanism of nutrition is seen in the human beings, isn't it? So it's very interesting, isn't it, children? So the complex food which you are taking, which is in the buccal cavity, so what happens, you see, children, it is not a simple process, it is a complex process. It involves several steps and it involves several enzymes also, children, isn't it? So this is about what the action of digestive what enzymes on food, and this is about the mechanism of digestion, children, isn't it? So I will in glance in 2 minutes let us see what we have studied, children. Digestive glands, salivary glands, children, okay, it is seen in the buccal cavity, 3 pairs of salivary glands, and submaxillary, sublingual parotid glands, and this secretes saliva. It is slightly acidic and consists of ptyalin. It converts the carbohydrates in maltose sugars, and there is another enzyme called as lysozyme. It helps to kill the microbes, children. Okay, and next come to the food enters into the gastric, that is stomach, and when the food enters into the stomach, the gastric glands get activated and they secrete the gastric juice, and this gastric juice secretes what, children? Hydrochloric acid, and also there are certain enzymes called as propepsin as well as prorenin. They are inactive state, children. So when they mixes with this, when they combines with this, what, children? Hydrochloric acid, it becomes active form. So that is what, children? Pepsin as well as renin, they acts on the proteins to convert into a peptones. And then next one, children, next part is the duodenum. So pancreatic juice as well as what, bile juice enters into the duodenum. Okay, pours into the duodenum, and this bile juice have no pigments. It secretes what, children? No enzymes, but it consists of bile pigments, bile salts. Bile salts are very important for the emulsification of what, children? Fats. And next come to the pancreatic juice, which is secreted by pancreas, and pancreatic juice consists of three important enzymes: trypsin and pancreatic amylase and lipase. Trypsin acts on proteins and converts into peptones. Pancreatic amylase converts the carbohydrates into maltose sugar. This is what, children? Disaccharide. And lipase converts on fats and converts into fatty acids and glycerol. And then, children, intestinal glands, and the secretion of this intestinal glands is the intestinal juice. We call it as succus entericus, children. So it produces peptidases, which shows action on peptones and converts into amino acid, the simple form of proteins. And there are certain disaccharides such as like fructose, sucrose, maltose, children. Okay, so the fructase enzyme acts on fructose and converts into a simple sugar, that is glucose. Sucrase is an enzyme, acts on sucrose and converts into a simple sugar, that is glucose. And maltase enzyme acts on maltose and converts into a simple what form of carbohydrates, that is glucose, children. So in this way, children, so the food gets digested in the human body, children, isn't it? So this is really quite interesting lesson, isn't it, children? I hope you have really enjoyed this class, children. If you really enjoyed this class, children, so please do subscribe to my channel, and also if you feel that it is very needy to you, please share it to your friends. So that's all for today, children. Thank you very much. Hi, children. In this video, we are going to discuss one more interesting topic, that is vitamin deficiency diseases, children. Okay, so let us first discuss what are vitamins. So these vitamins are organic substances, that are essential for normal growth and metabolic processes, children, isn't it? So what are vitamins here? So vitamins are organic substances, so which are essential for what purpose? For normal growth and metabolic processes of an organism. They are called as what, children? Vitamins. So these vitamins our body requires in a very lesser amounts. So that's why these vitamins are called as micronutrients. Okay. So these what, children? These vitamins our body requires in very lesser amounts, so that's why we are calling these vitamins as micronutrients, children. So how do we get these vitamins? So we get these vitamins through diet. In our normal diet, through our normal diet, children, we get these vitamins. So then what about this deficiency? What is mean by deficiency? Deficiency means lacking, isn't it? Lacking. So due to the lack of these vitamins, what happens in our body? So that will affect the growth and also affect the metabolic processes. As a result, what happens, children? So the persons who are having a deficiency of these vitamins leads to certain deficiency diseases, children. Okay, generally when we are talking about this vitamin deficiency, children, people will not suffer with this vitamin deficiency, because so some of the bacteria which is present in our children intestine, so they synthesize some of the vitamins, but not all the vitamins. So there are only few vitamins which can synthesize by a bacteria in our intestine. That's why so we will not suffer from this vitamin deficiency. But what happens here is, when you take a drugs, when we are sick, so when we take an antibiotics, children, so that may kill the bacteria, useful bacteria in the intestine. So as a result, so those bacteria cannot synthesize this vitamins. As a result, there may be a deficiency in the vitamins. Got it, children? So here we must be very much careful. Without the prescription of the doctor, we should not take the antibiotics, so because it will kill the useful bacteria in the intestine, and that leads to the lacking of children? Vitamins in the body. It will affect the growth as well as metabolic process in the body. Got it? So here, and one more thing, children, what is that is, how many types of vitamins are there? So based on the solubility, so these vitamins are classified into two types. So what is that first one? First one is fat soluble vitamins, and the second one is water soluble vitamins, isn't it? Let me write it here. So based on the solubility, so these vitamins are classified into two types. So what is the first one? Fat soluble vitamins. Got it? And the second one is water soluble vitamins. Water soluble vitamins, children. So what are these fat soluble vitamins? So fat soluble vitamins are A, D vitamin, E vitamin as well as K. A, D, E, K are fat soluble vitamins. Then what about these water soluble vitamins? That is B complex, okay, as well as and C vitamin, children, vitamin C. Okay, so they are water soluble vitamins. So fat soluble vitamins are stored in the liver. They are stored in the liver. They can easily dissolve in the fat, and the excess of these children fats, I mean especially fat soluble vitamins, they are stored in the liver. Okay, so we will discuss about these fat soluble vitamins. The first one is vitamin A. So this vitamin A, technical name of this vitamin A is called as retinol, isn't it? So this is retinol. Vitamin A, technical name, we call it as retinol. If you look into the sources of this vitamin A, so vitamin A is very rich in leafy vegetables, children, carrots, pumpkin and papaya, cod liver oil, fishes, eggs, etc., children. Okay, so the rich source of this vitamin A is leafy vegetables, carrots, pumpkin and as well as papaya, children. Okay, so why we are calling this as a retinol, isn't it? Because see, we know this vitamin A, it is useful for the vision. It is useful for the vision, isn't it? So that is what, children, retina is very important for our vision. Got it? So this retina, it consists of what, children? Two types of receptors. So what are that? That is rods as well as cones. And these cones, children, consist of cones as well as rods consist of a pigment. Okay, so rods consist of a pigment called as rhodopsin, and cones consist of a pigment called as iodopsin, isn't it? So here, why I am telling this about the rods as well as cones is, so this rods, I mean vitamin A, it is useful for the synthesis of this rhodopsin. isn't it? Synthesis of the rhodopsin. Rhodopsin is a pigment which is seen in the rods. Then what is the function of this rhodopsin? So this rhodopsin, it is useful for the normal vision. Normal vision, children. Then what about the function of this iodopsin? Iodopsin, it is useful for a color vision. Color vision. So here this vitamin A, that is retinol, children, it is useful for the synthesis of the pigment called as rhodopsin, and in the rods, which is useful for the normal vision, children. If this vitamin A is absent in our diet or inside in our body, then what happens? That results in two diseases, children. What is that? First, night blindness. Second one is xerophthalmia. So this is what, children? Night blindness. As we have already discussed that vitamin A is responsible for the synthesis of rhodopsin pigment, children, which is very much important for the normal vision. If this is lacking, then a person will have some defects in their normal vision, children. He cannot be able to see the things, especially in the dull light, children. That's why we call it as a night blindness. It doesn't mean that the person will not see only in the night. Even in the dawn, that means early morning, and dusk, in the evening time also, children. So the people cannot see the things properly. They cannot see the things. Got it? So that condition we call it as night blindness. So because of lack of vitamin A in the body, that results in a disease called as night blindness. And one more thing, children, xerophthalmia is also a disease, which is the disease which is caused due to the lack of vitamin A. So what is this xerophthalmia? Zero means what, children? Dry. Ophthalmia means what? Eyes. So that means what? This condition we call it as dry eyes. Dry eyes condition, children. Okay. And one more symptom is also seen due to the lack of this vitamin A, that is dry skin. The skin gets what? Dry skin. We call it as scaly skin also. Okay, so this is about vitamin A, children. The technical name of this vitamin A is retinol. Got it? So the rich sources of this vitamin A is leafy vegetables, carrots, pumpkin, papaya, cod liver oil, fish, eggs, etc., children. And the lack of this vitamin A results in night blindness as well as xerophthalmia and scaly skin also. Let us come to our next fat soluble vitamin, that is vitamin D. So this vitamin D, technically we call it as calciferol. It is technically called as calciferol, children. So what are the rich sources of what food of this vitamin D is? Liver, eggs, butter, cod liver oil, etc. So these are the rich sources of this vitamin D, children. Got it? So here, what is the function of this vitamin D? So this vitamin D helps in absorption of calcium as well as phosphates in our digested food, children. So when our food gets digested, children, from that digested food, so this vitamin D helps in absorption of calcium as well as phosphates. So what is the use of function of this calcium as well as phosphates, children? They helps in bone formation and teeth formation also. Got it? That means calcium as well as phosphates are very essential for formation of what? Bones as well as teeth. Got it, children? So here, this when this vitamin D lacks in our body, then what happens? Then there will be a poor growth in the bones. Got it? As well as what, children? Delay dentition. That is what? The teeth will form very late in the infants. delayed dentition. We call that condition as a delayed dentition. So due to in the infant stage children, in the early stage, so has this vitamin D is useful for what children? Formation of what? Bones. So when a child is lacking this vitamin, then there will be an improper bone formation children. As a result, bones will be very weak, and the bones will, what happens is it will be bent. So that condition we call it as knock knees. So bones will not be straight, so they will be bending because of the what children? Lack of calcium as well as phosphates in the body, okay, because of lack of this vitamin D. So that condition we are calling it as rickets. This is seen only in the children, okay. So rickets is seen in children. Then what about in adults? In adults, if vitamin D is deficient, then so we what children? Osteomalacia. Osteomalacia is a disease children which is seen in the adults due to lack of vitamin D. Lack of vitamin D children, okay. And this one more important thing is this vitamin D is called as sunshine vitamin. Sunshine vitamin children. Why it is called as sunshine vitamin? Because when we sit in the early hours children in the day, okay, when the slanting rays of the sun falls on our body, so just under the skin we have a tissue called as adipose tissue, that is it will store the fat, and this vitamin D it is a fat soluble vitamin, so it is seen inside the adipose tissue children. When the sunlight, slanting sun rays falls on the body, then this fats will synthesize this vitamin D children, okay. So that's why doctors will suggest to sit and what children? Sunlight, especially in the morning hours as well as in the evening hours, because so due to that we get vitamin D children. So it is freely available in the nature. If you sit in the sun children in the early morning, in the early hours of the day, so what we will get it? This vitamin D, okay. So next come to another fat soluble vitamin, that is vitamin E children. That technically we call it as tocopherol. So the fruits, vegetables, sprouts children, rich source of this vitamin E, sunflower oil, etc. Okay, so these are the very good rich sources of vitamin E, that is tocopherol. Due to the lack of this vitamin E children, what happens? So fertility related disorders we can see children. In a person who is suffering with this, lacking this vitamin E, so they have a fertility related disorders, especially sterility in males as well as abortion in females. We see abortion in females children actually. So this vitamin E, it will stimulate what production of testosterone children. Testosterone hormone produces what? Sperms. So lacking of this vitamin E, so what happens is it results in the less sperm count. As a result, so in males they have a sterility problem, okay. And even in females also abortions are seen children because lack of this vitamin E. Next come to another vitamin, that is vitamin K children. So this vitamin K, so technically we call it as phylloquinone, okay. So this vitamin is rich in green leafy vegetables, milk, meat, eggs, etc. children. Got it? So what is the function of this vitamin? So this function of this vitamin A is, uses of this vitamin A is, it helps in blood clotting. So this vitamin K is responsible for blood clotting children. Got it? So actually it synthesizes a small protein children, it is called as prothrombin. So this prothrombin, it is responsible for the blood clotting. So when we have a cut children or an injury, so blood vessels will, when the blood vessels will cut or blood capillaries cut children, what happens is blood will be coming out isn't it? So if the blood is coming out continuously, what happened? There will be a blood loss. As a result, person may die, isn't it? But what's happening is blood is not continuously coming out when we get a small injury or a big injury. What happens is, so this vitamin K helps in synthesizing a small protein called as prothrombin, children. So that prothrombin, it will convert into a thrombin, and thrombin helps in converting the fibrinogen into fibrin, and that fibrin helps in clotting the blood. So here, so this vitamin K is a factor for the clotting of what, children? Blood, isn't it? So the person who is having a deficiency of this vitamin K, it results in what, children? Problems related to the blood clotting. So what is a human, healthy person? The clotting time is 2 to 3 minutes of time, children, isn't it? A healthy person. Okay, if you are having a good amounts of vitamin K, so vitamin K, children, so within if you have an injury, if you get an injury, children, so within 2 to 3 minutes of time the blood will be clotting. We call it as a clotting time. You will study in the higher classes. And coagulation of blood also you will study in the circulatory system, children. Okay, transport system chapter we will discuss. So about this prothrombin, what is thrombokinase, and what is fibrin, and what is fibrinogen. These all things we will study in the coagulation of blood. But here what we have to remember here is vitamin K is a factor for what, children? Blood clotting. So if this vitamin K is lacking in the body, so what happens is, so there will be a problems related to the blood clotting, children. Okay, so this is about fat soluble vitamins, children. Got it? So fat soluble vitamins, they are nothing but A, D, E, K, children. Vitamin A is a retinol, and the lacking of this vitamin A results in night blindness, xerophthalmia, children. Got it? And vitamin D, it is calciferol, so it helps in bone formation as well as teeth formation. So deficiency of this vitamin D rickets in children, as well as what, children? Osteomalacia in adults. These are the two diseases which are seen due to the lack of vitamin D. And the third one is vitamin E. Technically we call it as tocopherol, children. Okay, so it helps due to the lack of this vitamin E, so fertility related disorders we see, children. And next, fourth one, that is vitamin K. The technically we call it as phylloquinone, children. It helps in blood clotting. The lacking of this vitamin K results in what problem related to blood clotting, children. So this is about fat soluble vitamin. Excess of fat is stored in the liver. Got it, children? So this is all about fat soluble vitamin. I hope you have really enjoyed this class. If you really enjoyed this class, please do subscribe and please share it to your friends. So that's all for today, children. So in the next video I'll come with another interesting topic. So that's all for today. Thank you. Hi, children. In this video we are going to discuss about water soluble vitamins, its sources and deficiency diseases and the symptoms of that diseases, children. We have already studied in the previous video about this fat soluble vitamins, children. That link is given in the description box. So we have already studied that vitamins are classified into two types based upon their solubility. So first one is fat soluble vitamins. They are A, D, E, K, children, that we have already discussed. And the second type of vitamin is water soluble vitamins. So what are water soluble vitamins? So B complex and vitamin C are water soluble vitamins. So why we are calling this as a B complex? So this B vitamin, children, it is a set of group of vitamins. So all those vitamins together collectively we call it as B complex. Okay, we are going to study about all those B complex vitamins as well as vitamin C, children. These two are water soluble vitamins because they're soluble in the water. Let us look into the first vitamin, children, that is B1, vitamin B1. So we call it as thiamine. Technically we call it as thiamine, children. The sources of this thiamine are unpolished cereals. This is very important, children. Unpolished cereals, okay, and vegetables, milk, meat, eggs, fish, etc. and etc., children. So unpolished cereals are the good sources of thiamine vitamin. Okay, so the deficiency of this thiamine leads to beriberi disease, children. Beriberi disease. If you look into the symptoms of this beriberi disease, children, so vomitings, fits, loss of appetite, lethargic means what, children? Unenergetic, dull, lazy, okay, and a breathing problem. So these are the symptoms for beriberi disease, children. Okay, and this beriberi disease is due to lack of vitamin B1, that is thiamine. Next, come to the next vitamin, that is B2. We call it as riboflavin. B2 vitamin, technically we call it as riboflavin. The sources of this vitamin riboflavin, so milk, eggs, liver, kidney, green leafy vegetables, children. Got it? And the deficiency of this B2, that is riboflavin, leads to glossitis. It is a deficiency disease caused due to the lack of riboflavin, that is B2 vitamin, children. So what are the symptoms of this glossitis? Mouth cracks at the corners. Got it? And red and sore tongue. Photophobia. Photophobia means what, children? These the people who are suffering from this lack of this vitamin, that is riboflavin, children, they will be unable to see the bright light. So that condition we call it as photophobia. Phobia means what? Fear. Photo means what? Light. So they cannot open their eyes wide and they cannot see the bright light. So that is condition we call it as photophobia. This photophobia is due to the lack of vitamin B2, that is riboflavin, children. Got it? And dry skin, children, it maintains the epithelium also. So it due to the lack of this vitamin, so dry skin also causes. So this is about the B2, children, that is riboflavin. Next, come to the B3 vitamin, that is niacin. Niacin, if you look into the sources of this niacin, children, kidneys, liver, meat, eggs, fish, oil seeds. So in the oil seeds, they are very rich. Niacin vitamin is very rich in the oil seeds, fish, eggs, meat, and kidney, as well as what, children? Liver. So due to the deficiency of this niacin, that is B3 vitamin, children, it leads to pellagra. This is very important. Usually this question will come in the competitive exams and even in the all the boards also. Okay, the deficiency of this niacin leads to pellagra. Got it? So this pellagra disease, we call it as D3 disease also, children. I am writing here D3 disease. What is this D3? 3 Ds. What is that 3D? 1D is dermatitis. And the second D is dementia. What is this dementia? Dementia means loss of memory. Okay, I'll write it here. Loss of memory. So this condition we call it as dementia, and diarrhea is also one of the symptoms. So all these 3 symptoms we call it as D3 disease, that is the symptom of pellagra disease. Pellagra disease is due to the lack of vitamin. What is that, children? Niacin. It is the niacin deficiency. Next, come to the fourth type of vitamin in B complex, that is B6, children. So this B6 Technical what name of this B6 vitamin is pyridoxine. So oil seeds, vegetables, milk, meat. So these are the good sources of this pyridoxine what vitamin, children. Actually this pyridoxine vitamin, that is B6 vitamin, it helps in synthesis of RBC, children. So due to the lack of this vitamin, what happens is there will be what, children? Anemic condition. That means what? RBC production will become less. That condition we call it as anemia. Due to the lack of this vitamin B6, that is pyridoxine, that leads to anemia, children. What are the symptoms of this one, anemia? So hyperirritability, nausea and fits. Fits mean what, children? Convulsions. Got it? So these are the symptoms of this symptoms for the deficiency of pyridoxine vitamin, that is commonly we call it as B6 vitamin. And next come to another vitamin, that is vitamin B12. We call this as a cyanocobalamin. The technical name of this vitamin B12 is cyanocobalamin, children. And this cyanocobalamin is synthesized by the bacteria in the intestine. Inside the intestine, children. So there are certain kind of bacteria. That bacteria helps in synthesizing this vitamin B12. We call that vitamin technically as cyanocobalamin, children. And due to the lack of this vitamin, so how can we what deficient with this vitamin if the bacteria are synthesizing in our body? So due to certain conditions, children, that means when you take an antibiotics, due to the intake of antibiotics or due to intake of what, children, certain processed foods, this bacteria may die inside the intestine. That leads to what? Deficiency of the vitamin cyanocobalamin, that is B12. Got it? So due to the lack of this vitamin, so pernicious anemia is a disease seen due to the lack of cyanocobalamin, children. If you see the symptoms of this pernicious anemia, the person who is suffering from this disease, pernicious anemia, they'll be very weak, there will be a loss of appetite. Certainly, if there is a loss of appetite, the child or a person will not willing to eat, children. As a result, they become a lean as well as weak. Then what is mean by this pernicious anemia? Pernicious mean, the meaning of this pernicious is dangerous. Got it? Next come to another vitamin, that is folic acid. So this folic acid, the rich sources of this folic acid is liver, meat, eggs, milk, fruits and leafy vegetables, children. Got it? The lack of this vitamin, folic acid, leads to anemia. So this folic acid also helps in production of RBC, children. Okay. So due to the lack of this folic acid, what happens? Certainly there will be a production of RBC will be less. That condition we are calling it as anemia. So due to this folic acid deficiency, so it leads to anemia, and the symptoms of this one is diarrhea and loss of what, children? RBC as well as WBC also. Next come to another vitamin, that is pantothenic acid. So this pantothenic acid is very rich in groundnuts and vegetables, sweet potatoes especially, and the person who is deficient with this pantothenic acid will suffer from the burning feet, children. Burning feet. And if a person is suffering from the burning feet, certainly what will be the symptoms, children? That person will be unable to walk properly. So walking problems and sprain also can be seen because of the deficiency of pantothenic acid. Next come to another vitamin, children, that is biotin. So pulses, nuts, vegetables, liver, etc. are the good sources of this vitamin biotin, children. And the lack of this vitamin biotin leads to nervous disorder, and the symptoms of this vitamin deficiency is fatigue, mental depression and muscle pains, children. Okay, so what are the symptoms of this one, children? So fatigue and mental depression and muscle pains, children. Got it? So these are the symptoms for the deficiency of vitamin biotin, children. And these all set of vitamins such as B1, B2, B3, B6, B12, folic acid, pantothenic acid and biotin, so all together we are calling it as a B complex, children. Let me write it here. So all these are called as B complex. So these all vitamins, set of these vitamins, we call it as B complex, children, and they are very much helpful for the metabolic processes. And let us see another water soluble vitamin, that is vitamin C. Technically we call it as ascorbic acid. This ascorbic acid, so this ascorbic acid is very rich, that is vitamin C is very rich in citrus fruits, children. Citrus fruits as well as sprouts also, okay, especially in amla, in lemon. So they are very useful, they are very rich in vitamin C, children, and even in the green leafy vegetables, green leafy vegetables. So we see this what vitamin, okay. So the deficiency of this vitamin C leads to scurvy disease, children. Okay, so the symptoms of this scurvy disease is delay in healing the wounds, and fracture in bones. Fracture in bones mean what, children? So here the bones become weak because of the lack of this vitamin C. As a result of weak bones, so usually when they fall down, children, so usually they get a fractures in bones. That is due to the what, children? With lack of vitamin C. And this vitamin C, so we get immunity also, children. Now this is a pandemic situation, children, so where we are all, most of the people are very much fear about this coronavirus, children, and doctors are suggesting that to take more and more intake of vitamin C because it gives us immunity. Got it? So this vitamin C, it is an ascorbic acid. We call it as, technically called as ascorbic acid, children. The deficiency of this vitamin C, it is scurvy disease, children, and the lack of this vitamin C, it delays the healing in the wounds and also fracture in bones. So this is about vitamin C, vitamin C as well as what, children? Water soluble vitamins, that is B complex as well as vitamin C, children. Okay, so what are that B complex vitamins, children? So B1, that is thiamine, B2 riboflavin, B3 niacin, and B6 pyridoxine, B12 cyanocobalamin, folic acid, pantothenic acid, biotin. All together we are calling it as a B complex. And the next one is vitamin C. Technically we call it as ascorbic acid, children. So this is all about the water soluble vitamins, its sources, its deficiency disease and also symptoms. So that's all for today, children, and I hope you have enjoyed this class very much, children. So if you really enjoyed my class, please do subscribe and share it to your friends. That's all for today, children. Thank you very much. Hi, children. In this video we are going to discuss about structure of tooth and dental caries. First we shall discuss about structure of tooth, children. If you look into the structure of this tooth, children, it consists of three parts. The first part is the part which is exposed, we call it as crown, and the part which is hidden by the gum, it is called as neck, and the part which is embedded in the bone, it is called as root. So let us label it, children. So this is a part, children, which is exposed. So this is called as crown. Okay, so this part we call it as what, children? Crown. And the next part, which is what, hidden by the gum. Okay, so let us say that this is gum, children. Okay, or this is gum. This part we call it as neck. And the third part, which is embedded in the bone, we call it as root. We call it as root. So this part, that means what, the entire this part we call it as root, children. Okay, and this one is jawbone. This is jawbone. If See, if a tooth is embedded in the bone, I mean in the jawbone, then such type of teeth we call it as thecodont teeth. Thecodont teeth. So here the human teeth are called as thecodont teeth because the root, the teeth are embedded in the jawbone. Then they are called as thecodont teeth, children. So if we see the what structure of this one, the outer visible part of this tooth, we call it as enamel. So this is enamel, children. Enamel. If we study about this enamel children. So this enamel is secreted. It is secreted by cells called as amyloblast. Amyloblast. And this enamel, it is a shiny material. Isn't it? It is a bright and a shining material. Got it? Which is made up of salts of calcium. Salts of calcium, that is calcium phosphates. Calcium phosphates. And fluorides also. Got it? So if a required amount of fluorides are seen, then it is helpful for the formation of this enamel. If excess of fluorides are seen, then we call it as mottling. What is that, children? We call it as mottling. So what is this mottling? So this mottling, it is because of excess of fluorides. Excess of fluorides, children. That results in damage of this enamel. So it will, it will damage the enamel. That condition we call it as mottling. Got it? And here, and one more important thing is, children, this is the hardest substance. This is very important, children. Hardest substance. Okay. So it is harder than bone. Harder than bone also. So this is the hardest substance. This is about what, children? Enamel. So enamel is an exposed visible part of the tooth, children. It is secreted by amyloblast and it's a shiny material and it is made up of what, children? Salts of calcium, that is calcium phosphates and fluorides. Because of excess of fluorides, then the enamel will be damaged, children. That condition we call it as a mottling, and it is the hardest substance, children. Got it? And next, the second part, children, which is just below that enamel, we call this one as a dentine, which is in blue in color, children. That is dentine. Okay. So this, when we talk about this dentine, children, this dentine is secreted. It is secreted by odontoblast. Odontoblast. If you see the color, this is of pale yellow color. Pale yellow color, children. And this is also what, children, consists of salts of calcium. Salts of calcium, that is calcium phosphates. And one more thing, children, it is also a harder substance, children, but when we compare it with this word enamel, it is not much harder than the enamel, but it is also a harder substance, children. Got it? So this one is a dentine, children. So this dentine, this enamel is only the what, children, above the what we call it as gum, but here this dentine is seen whole in the tooth. Okay, so this blue color we call it as what, children? This is what? Dentine. This part we call it as dentine. And next, another part, children. So this dentine, it is correctly, exactly, I mean this tooth, it correctly fits into the socket of the what, jawbone. Okay, so this, when you see this root, children, this root, it consists of a layer called it as periodontal membrane. So we call, I'll draw it with a what, red color, which is a covering over the root of this tooth, children. So we call this as a periodontal periodontal membrane. Periodontal membrane, children. Okay, so this periodontal membrane, children, and to this socket there is another what, children, layer material called as cemented membrane, or cement is completely filled in this one. Okay, so at this side also, children, so we see a periodontal membrane which is a covering over the root, children. Okay, and here to this socket as well as what, to this periodontal membrane, so we see a cement. So the help of this cement, what happens is this tooth will completely bind to the jaw. It will be very, very thin, children. Okay, so this cement, it helps in binding the tooth with the jaw. Okay, and here at the base of this, what, children, root, we see two holes, children. Okay, two apertures we call as apical foramen. Apical foramen. This is apical foramen. Okay, children, foramen. Apical foramen, children. Okay, so this is the structure of what, children? Tooth. So the structure of tooth contains what, children? Enamel, and the second one just below the enamel, it is a dentine. And what about the third part? The third part, it is called as pulp cavity. So this is pulp cavity, children. So the entire this part we call it as pulp cavity. So let me write it here. Pulp cavity. The third one we call it as pulp cavity. So this pulp cavity consists of connective tissue. It consists of connective tissue as well as what, children? Blood vessels. It also consists of blood vessels as well as what? Nerve fibers also. Nerve fibers. So this pulp cavity consists of what? Nerve fibers, and it is a connective tissue, children, and it consists of blood vessels also. So here, if you see the structure of the tooth, children, so three parts. First is enamel. It is the hardest substance which is what, children? Secreted by amyloblast. And dentine, children, so this dentine is secreted by the odontoblast, children. It is pale yellow color, and it is what, children? Consists of salts of calcium. And the third one, it is pulp cavity. So this pulp cavity, it is a connective tissue, children, which contains blood vessels as well as nerve fibers. This is very, very important, children. So this is the structure of what? Tooth. The openings or the base of this a tooth, we call it as apical foramen, children. So these are the important what? Parts of the tooth. Then what about the second one, that is dental caries? What is this dental caries, children? Sometimes what happens is, so formation of holes, formation of cavities, or formation of what, children? Formation of cavities, or we can call it as holes, children. Okay, where? In the teeth. How? Due to the action of acid producing bacteria. Acid producing bacteria. So then it is called as a dental caries. Dental caries. Okay, so dental caries means what? It is a formation of cavities or holes, children, in the teeth due to the action of acid producing bacteria. So it is called as dental caries, children. So in other words, we can also commonly call as tooth decay. How this tooth decay occurs? So when we eat food, children, so along with the food, there will be a certain kind of what bacteria. So when we eat a food, it consists of sugars. So this bacteria, acid producing bacteria, because of these sugar particles, children, it will digest or it will dissolve the salts of this enamel. So when it dissolves the salts of this enamel, what happens is there will be the formation of cavities or what, children, holes. So it will, the holes will form in such a way that, so it will reach to the what, children, pulp cavity. Got it? So when the hole is formed connecting to the pulp cavity, children, the nerve endings will be irritated. It gets what, children? Irritated. So because of this irritation, there will be an inflammation in this pulp cavity, and that results in what, children? A severe pain. So we call that pain as a toothache. Okay, so that is what has toothache, children. Toothache, isn't it? So that condition we call it as toothache. Okay, so how this is formed? Generally, plaque, children. There is another thing, children, we need to discuss. So there is a sticky covering over the what, children? This crown, which consists of what, children? A sticky covering. A sticky covering. Okay, which is yellow, children, which is what? Yellow, and which consists of bacterial cells, children. It will form the layer. So when this forms a layer of over this what, children? Crown, what happens is the saliva, it is slightly acidic in nature, children. That means what? It's an alkaline in nature. So due to the action of this saliva, what happens is, children, it will neutralizes these acids. But because of the presence of this sticky what, children? Covering, yellow covering, children, over the the crown, which consists of bacterial cells, children, this is called as plaque. P-L-A-Q-E, plaque. And because of this plaque, children, what happens is this bacteria, I mean the bacteria producing acids, children, it cannot be neutralized because of the covering. As a result, what happens? Holes are formed in the tooth. Okay, so how can we when we remove this plaque, children, by proper brushing, what happens is, along with that what, children, foam, so this bacteria also will go away. Okay, so that we need to take a proper care, children. We need to clean our teeth properly, brush our teeth properly. Whenever we eat a food, children, we must ensure that there are no food particles are resting on our in between the what, children? Teeth. Got it? So, and one more thing, children. What happens when the tooth decay, that is dental caries, occurs? So there will be a what, children? A formation of what? Hole in the tooth. So generally what the dentist will do is, so he will clean this hole completely and put some cement in the hole, children. So that results in that bacteria will not cause any kind of what, inflammation or infection in the pulp cavity. Okay, so it's somewhat we can relieve pain because of what, children? Cementing the hole or the cavity. So that will be done by the dentist. So this is about what, children? Structure of tooth and dental caries, children. Okay, so let us recollect what we have studied in this class, children. So first thing is the teeth which are embedded in the jawbone, they are called as thecodont teeth. If you see the what, children? Structure of this tooth, okay, the structure or the part of this what, tooth which is visible, we are calling it as enamel, and the part of the tooth which is hidden by the gum. So this is gum, children. Okay, so this gum, it is called as neck region. This is called as neck region. The part of the tooth which is embedded in the bone, jawbone, in the socket, that is what, children? Root. Okay, so this enamel is secreted by amyloblast. It's a shiny material, it is a bright, which is made up of salts of calcium, children, and fluorides. If excess of fluorides damage the what, children? Enamel, Okay, that condition we call it as a mottling. Okay, that is because of excess of fluorides, and it is the hardest substance. Then what about the next part, children? That is dentine. So dentine is secreted by the odontoblast. It is pale yellow in color. This is also consists of made up of what, children? Salts of calcium. And next, the third one, it is pulp cavity. It is a connective tissue. It contains blood vessels as well as nerve fibers, children. Okay, and what about this dental caries? Dental caries mean formation of cavities or holes in the teeth due to the action of acid producing bacteria, children. We call it as dental caries. In commonly we can call it as tooth decay, children. Okay, and the sticky covering, the yellow covering which consists of bacterial cells, children, we call it as a plaque. Okay, and the pain, usually the inflammation seen in the pulp cavity, children, in the tooth, the severe pain, we call it as toothache, children. So this is about the structure of tooth and dental caries, children. So that's all for today, children. So let us study about another interesting topic in the next class, children, and I hope you have really enjoyed this class. If you really enjoyed this class, please do subscribe and share it to your friends. That's all for today, children. Thank you.